Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And you are with myself, Alex, here in Okakuyo. And a very happy Sunday to you as we embark on another Escape to Nature. And of course, this is a live and interactive experience. So please do send through any questions, comments, points of interest, things you'd like to know. It's always fantastic when we get to interact with you. So do get those through. But a rather relaxed morning here in Okakuyo. Not too much on the mammalian front right now. A lovely bird chorus that has started for us. A couple of helmeted guinea fowl around, some weavers, and I'm sure we will be inundated with action at some point. Just waiting to see. Oh, it looks like wildebeest running off there. And rather fast as well. Both of them. You'll just see them in the distance at the moment. Let's wait to see if they do hold up. So, as I said, not too much on the mammalian front. However, as I said that, two wildebeest galloping around are rather far away. So, hopefully they will come closer. Of course, we have seen them rather close and enjoying some grazing, but a little bit windy this morning. And I'm sure that will change throughout the course of the day. I did mention it is a bit windy. However, it is time for us to have a look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So actually there is quite a bit going on. We've got some black-faced impala and we've got a number of springbok that are about. Hopefully they'll get closer to us as well. It does seem that everyone is rather excited this morning. A little bit of running going around. Some playtime is on the cards. And you'll be able to hear those helmeted guinea fowl. A couple of doves just coming down to the water's edge as well. And I'm sure we will pick up with the Egyptian geese too at some point once they are around and mobile. I'm sure a bit of a Sunday morning siesta going on right now. A little bit of a late start for them. But rather awesome. As I just say, a little bit windy. And we'll just have to wait to see what happens. We did have a really large flock of the Abram stork yesterday. And hopefully towards midday they will also arrive again in their numbers. So we'll keep a lookout for all of them. And of course, watch as the day unfolds. Good morning, Louise. Thank you very much for tuning in. It is hopefully going to be a very exciting Escape to Nature today. So we've already had 3 mammal species, which is quite fantastic. Been averaging around 4 the last 2-3 days. So long may that trend continue. It looks to be that impala may be getting interested in a drink. I'm hoping that they do get closer. And we'll have to get a nice look at them as well. And I'm sure the springbok will also find their way closer towards us. We'll just have to see what happens. But very awesome start right now. I can see one of the Egyptian geese just towards the left of us, being the adults, and I think those are the goslings in the water right now. And they will be all over and around the waterhole, so we will get a good look at them at some point. They did have all 6 of the goslings with them still yesterday, and we'll count them as well, just to make sure no one was lost overnight, but doing a very good job, these parents. And it seems like the guinea fowl are also pretty close to the water's edge as well. Hi, Rashan. Thanks very much for your question. And we'll start off with just with size. The Thompson's gazelle is a little smaller than the springbuck. They aren't really related. They're separated by geographic area as well. So obviously springbuck found in southern Africa, Thompson's gazelle found up in East Africa. And they do have, or they did branch off. So kind of distant relatives. The taxonomal name of the springbuck is Antidorcus marsupialis. And the gazelle family is being the Eudorcus family. So they did separate some time ago. Also springbuck being a little bit faster than the Thompson's gazelles. Notably the third fastest mammal, terrestrial mammal, and the Thompson's gazelle being the fourth fastest. As well as the springbuck being rather arid adapted, so obviously able to live and survive in very arid climates and areas. We do have 3 separate subspecies of springbuck as well, and there are a number of different color morphs too with regards to the recessive genes that you do find, and they are obviously then farmed within South Africa. And some of those morphs then kind of highly sought after as well, so as being the black springbuck, the coffee, the saddled, as well as the midnight, which is the white or white springbuck. The biggest of the lot being the Kalahari. What we are seeing right now is the Angolan subspecies, or Damara really, and then you obviously get that Karoo in southern Africa, which is the smallest of the springbuck. But very, very athletic antelope. Springbuck able to jump at around 3 meters, the same as the impala that we can see here. So both very agile. Got a blacksmith lapwing as well. It looks like the impala are coming closer and hopefully for a drink. And the other day we did see the first of the impala lambs up here, the black-faced impala lamb. So that was really awesome to see. But what we've mostly been seeing of late are the rams, little bachelor herds of them. So maybe we'll get a glimpse of some lambs at some point today as well. That would also be quite cool. Hi, Bo. So, the impala do, obviously, I've just mentioned that. Wildebeest will as well. And the springbuck don't. They breed throughout the year, although there is an increase of lambs currently at this point in time. So, they aren't seasonal breeders. Oryx aren't as well, so that being Gemsbok. Zebra also not seasonal breeders, neither are kudu. That just being mammals that we can see here at the moment. Just waiting on these impala to get closer. If I can, I'll get a bit closer. Hopefully the camera won't be too shaky with the wind. We'll just have to wait and see. Some really impressive impala rams that are around here in Okakuyo. So it's lovely to get a glimpse of them when they are closer to us. Just note that horn size of theirs. So you'll see the one ram there missing a horn, and unfortunately I think for him that means that he won't be challenging for any mating rights. The one there also, an interesting left horn kind of sticking out. The two on the left, one drinking and the one just walking on the left-hand side right now, really impressive. And of course, these rams will be kind of bulking up for their next rut. And then obviously hoping to establish some mating routes for themselves. A couple of doves also flitting about. And you'll hear the blacksmith lapwings as well. So just sitting here, a couple of springbok coming to join the impala. Just enjoying a pleasant scene with them at the moment. Quite awesome having them all approaching us now at the waterhole. Very cool. A nice way to start Sunday. Morning, Layla. Yes, the very soothing sounds of nature. Got some awesome bird chorus. And of course, we have some nice visual of the springbok and the impala at the moment. So a lovely, lovely start to the day. So a lovely scene at the moment. All 6 of the Egyptian geese goslings are still present. We've got more impala coming down to the waterhole, as well as springbok too. We've got a couple actually wading a little bit into the water, which is quite nice to see. And there's a little springbok lamb too. Very cool to see that. Looked like the impala kind of shunting it away, but nothing too hectic at the moment. You can actually see how much bigger the impala are than the springbok in terms of body size. So awesome to be able to make that distinction too. So we've had a really eventful start today here in Okakuya, but it is time for us also to say good morning to Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega, where everything is looking nice and green. The vibrancy of summer. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. Now, we've started the morning off here at Scotia Dam, and it's been a lovely morning so far. We did actually have a bit of a sprinkling of rain earlier this morning. Just some soft little droplets, nothing too torrential at all. But as you can see, the sun is now trying to poke out. It's kind of getting there. Still got quite a lot of cloud cover. But it's been amazing to see over the past few days how the whole area has just flushed green once again. Obviously we do have a lot of succulent plant species and things like that, which remain green for most of the year. But a lot of the grasses and things have become much greener, which is always awesome to see. So you can see we've got some zebra there. We do have one or two nyala right at the back. There's been a lot of birds chirping this morning now that the sun is starting to make an appearance. So we'll have to wait and see what the weather decides to get up to. I know a lot of areas throughout most of South Africa have been getting huge rains. We know from some of our feeds in Djuma and Pridelands, they've been getting lots of rain. I know coming all the way down into sort of Zululand, northern KZN there, they've been getting lots of rain. Kariega has definitely had some good rains, but I wouldn't put it in the category of some of these other areas. I'd say over the past few days, I wouldn't say that we've got more than about 40 mils of rain. I know quite a few areas have got, in sort of 48 hours, they've had more than sort of 200 mils, even up to 250 mils. I know the Shokwan area in Kruger got 300 mils in 10 hours, which is crazy. So I'll have to see how the day unfolds in terms of where we're going to end up driving around today. You can see we do have quite a lot of bird life here this morning as well. You can see we've got our grey heron right at the back there, as well as our yellow-billed ducks. Xavier, thanks for the question. Personally, I struggle with the heat quite a lot. You know, when the humidity levels rise, it can become a bit sticky. So I think purely from a game viewing perspective, I prefer winter when there's not as much water around. Makes it slightly easier to, you know, to know where to go. Water's attracting a lot of animal species. But I do enjoy a massive thunderstorm, particularly when I do have some cover of a roof. I love it when there's a hard torrential rain that opens up, a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder. That zebra you could see was just having a little bit of a dust bath there. Remember, that ground of where it is probably quite damp. I wouldn't say it's completely dry. Yeah, so I think for game viewing, I would say winter. That there's not much that beats a big thunderstorm. I mean, yes, it will usually build up throughout the day. And then you think of, your late afternoon, once you start getting closer to about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. You've got those massive cumulonimbus clouds, and then from there, it's just a matter of time before it hits. And I have been caught in some proper storms before. I was working up in the Lowveld area, and there was a huge storm that came in. That'll be a story for another day. I think for now, let's take you back across to Okukuyo with Alex.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, still just sitting here with our impala and springbok. They are treating us at the moment. And one or two wading in a little bit. Not as deep as what we have seen them, but a nice bit of activity for us to focus on right now. This little springbok lamb off to the left as well. Just want to come through here. It does look like predominantly these impala are rams, so a little bachelor herd of impala for us to view, as well as the springbok. So quite cool. Nice to have them all coming down and really entertaining us for now. Indulging us is, I suppose, the better word. But very cool. Nice to see. Nice to just spend some time with them both. Also just taking an opportunity just to listen to this morning chorus of birds. A couple of weavers calling at the moment. I'm ready to pick up on any of the others. A little bit of a spar going on there between two of the impala. One or two blacksmith lapwings calling. And it seems that the cooler weather this morning, these antelope are a bit energetic. So nice to see that. Nice to see them playing as well. Morning, Andy. Yes, it really is quite spectacular. Shoot across a little bit here because I've got a little bit of action just to enjoy it. A little bit of drinking still going on. And it seems like a little bit of a morning jostle going on as well here and there. So really quite special. Lovely to be able to watch both impala and springbok at the moment. Really giving us a treat. We'll also be able to pick up on some of that springbok audio, kind of sounding like, I suppose, little grunts coming through. Hi, James. No, they don't. Impala, for example, stay the exact same color. So do the springbok. They just get bigger. Kudu as well. But Inyala, for example, the males do change color. It looks like we might have a jackal actually over here. Yeah, there is a jackal. Just going to wait to watch it. Might actually just be a springbok lamb. Let's just keep a tab on this. But Inyala, for example, the males then become that really dark color, develop those beards and the stockings. And yes, here is a black-backed jackal kind of prowling through. So I think it will come down to the water. We haven't seen the springbok or anything else move away just yet from it. Of course, very capable of taking a springbok lamb or even impala lamb. I have myself seen jackal hunting impala lamb. But everyone kind of happy just to watch it at the moment. Of course, they're in very open areas. We did mention the speed of the springbok. Even impala, very fast antelope. Of course, very agile as well. But there clearly is a jackal around. But no one alarming just yet. We might even hear the guinea fowl alarming. It does get closer. Looks like taking a turn away from the waterhole for now. They'll go for little doves as well, also known to be omnivorous. There's a tree in the Lowveld called the jackalberry. Jackals obviously eating those berries as well. And very regularly, when we are doing track and sign of jackal, you do notice that they will drop their dungs on the top of bushes as well. So just an interesting thing to notice if you are walking around in the bush. Also a very striking spur or foot pattern or track. May clearly make an X between the pads and the claws. And they also are seasonal breeders. So they time their breeding to coincide with lambing and that. And they do breed then once a year. So a couple of zebras still drinking, the others moving off. It looked like a bit of a Mexican standoff between the jackal and that impala ram. The Egyptian geese doing the best thing and hanging in the water. This Adam stork might also need to fly off. Just have to wait and see. I think the jackal mostly thinking about a drink more so than food. Of course, they are opportunistic, and he will definitely go for anything that he thinks he can take as well. So no doubt breakfast on the brain. But we'll just have to wait and see what does happen if the jackal does make any moves. But as I said, I think more occupied with actually having a drink first, perhaps then trying to look for breakfast afterwards. We'll just have to wait and see. So you can hear the Egyptian geese making everyone aware of the fact that that jackal is right there. No doubt a gosling would be a very prized meal for it. But having a little drink at the moment. And the jackal satisfied with a drink and heading off. Egyptian geese definitely know that it's there, alarming a little bit, and you'll even see the adults go for that jackal if they aren't happy with how close he is, or she is. Hi, Kathy. So these two would be rather territorial. Any other Egyptian geese that came through, perhaps if they were, an old clutch for one of them, maybe they would be quite tolerable, but they would definitely chase off others if they were looking at that, and there'd be a bit of warfare going on. But I would think the most popular that we see all the time are the blacksmith lapwings. There's large numbers of them around. Sometimes you can see over 16 just in a frame. And of course we have the other regulars like the doves. At the moment we haven't really heard too many sandgrouse, but there are lots of Namakwa sandgrouse around. European bee-eaters, I'm sure, will give us a chorus at some point as well. And we have had that really large flock of Adam's stork, but they are intra-African migrants. So a seasonal appearance from them. The jackal just moving off into the foreground now. And then obviously towards the background. So kind of making its way throughout the springbok that are dotted throughout the landscape right now. But I would think that blacksmith lapwing is probably the most common. Of course, there are a number of others that are about. There are weavers as well. But lapwings or doves probably the most prevalent. Guinea fowl, also good numbers of them too. And there are also the red-billed spurfowl that are about, but not in as high numbers. So our jackal has made his way away, or its way away. zebra also slowly missioning off. So really cool. Nice to watch all that interaction. Of course, jackal making its way through any potential prey as well. Everyone very vigilant of it. But it's time for us also to go and see what's going on in Kariega with Nick.
Thanks, Alex. We do have a few more zebras here at Kariega. So we're still on the outskirts of Scotia Dam. And you can see here how we were talking about the flush of new grass growth coming through. You can see just how nice it is for these zebras here. Remember, they like the sort of the more intermediate length grasses if possible. But this new grass growth, they're not going to pass that up. It's going to be very nutritious. It's going to be holding a lot of nutrients. And they're going to be absolutely devouring that. Remember, we talked about there was a little bit of rain this morning as well. So a lot of these grasses are covered in water droplets. So they'll be getting a little bit of moisture as well while they feed. So possibly they won't have to drink as much today. You know, I guess they'll be getting minimal water from feeding on the grasses though. You know, there's definitely plenty of surface water available at the moment between Scotia Dam and all of the little mud wallows that have filled up with water. So for our animals that are mixed feeders, like impalas and things like that, I'm sure they'll more than likely be switching to a lot of grazing, a lot of feeding on grasses now rather than browsing, seeing as there is so much new fresh grass growth that's popping through. I'm sure they'll be taking advantage of that. But we do still have some dark clouds on the eastern horizon. When we started our escape to nature here this morning at Kariega, you could see the sun was trying to pop through. It has gone behind the clouds now for a good sort of 10 minutes or so. And the eastern horizon is looking a little bit darker. Humidity levels are still quite high. And the zebra getting on with a little bit of morning feeding here. So we were starting to talk about storms and favorite times of the year and things like that. I was saying I definitely enjoy a good storm. I did get caught in a monster one. I was guiding some guests up in the Lowveld, and we stopped for an afternoon drink stop on the northern side of the river. The lodge was on the southern side of the river. And it was one of those days where it was hot, it was sticky, you were sweating, just sitting there doing nothing. Anyways, we stopped for our afternoon drink and we got some G&Ts going. And you could just see the clouds were building and building. And all of a sudden it changed to a more menacing, deep, dark color. And you could just see it was a matter of time before the heavens opened and it all started to come down. So my tracker and I, we had a quick discussion. We decided, no, we must pack this drink stop up and get going. Because in that area, the river could flood over so quickly, within sort of 20 to 30 minutes. What would have been an easily crossable river, you would no longer be able to cross. And so we packed up the drink stop as fast as we could. And then we flew back onto the other side of the river. We managed to get past the river. And we went straight back towards the lodge because you could see it was just about to open up. Probably around 500 meters before we got back to the lodge, it started pouring with rain. I mean bucketing. It was so hard to see where we were going. It was raining that hard. Then it started hailing. Oh, and I mean, we were now like 200, 300 meters away from the lodge. And I mean, everybody had their ponchos up, but you could hear people every now and then go, oh, oh, as a little hail stone whacked them. I actually took a hailstone to the eye, to my left eye. Closed up my eye for about 24 hours. Got a little bit of a fright. Thought something had happened to the eyeball. But luckily all was good. So that was definitely one of my hairier situations when it comes to storms and things like that. That's a beautiful backdrop that we have behind the zebra here. You can see we've got a few rocks in the background there. Chance of seeing some baboons and things like that. Yeah, we should start to see a lot of raptors and birds and things like that starting to move around. Humidity levels are really starting to increase. We were talking about me not enjoying the humidity and the heat, so obviously we've got the humidity coming. Obviously with that rise in humidity, there's going to be an increase in the activity levels of the insects, a lot of insects coming to the surface of the ground. And that in turn should get a lot of our birds active. So there's a chance of seeing some common fiscals. A few of our raptor species as well. Well, we'll see how the day progresses, if we manage to get lucky with that. I'd still love to show you a Cape Longclaw. And the old name is a orange-breasted longclaw. Michelle, you're also a thunderstorm fan. There we go, birds of a feather flock together. They are amazing, just as long as we can find ourselves a safe spot and not get hit in the eyeball by a hailstone. It's definitely, it holds so much raw power, and it's awe-inspiring to watch and to see how everything develops. There was a beautiful photo that was taken on one of the beaches around the Durban area, I believe. There was a monstrous storm that moved in there the other day. There was a photographer who set up his camera on his tripod, let his shutter speed stay open for around sort of 20 seconds or so. 30 seconds possibly, and in the foreground is the ocean. So there's obviously the lapping, the movement of the ocean, and when you keep your shutter open for a long period of time, it kind of melts all that together, and it ends up looking like a fine mist, that whole sort of white water section of where everything's moving and there's a bit of turbulence. So the foreground of the image is this white water section, and over the sea, in quite a concentrated area, there's probably about 10 to 12 different bolts of lightning coming down. It's an absolutely incredible shot. Something like that I'm still hoping to get myself. You know, it's easier said than done. Even when you leave your shutter open for a long period of time, you've got to be pointing it in the sort of the right direction. it's obviously a worry in terms of getting the shot before the rain actually hits you and your equipment can get wet. Obviously you want to be in a safe spot as well. So it's easier said than done for sure. But if you can manage to get it to work, you'll have a type of picture that not a lot of others have under their portfolio. Yeah, a lovely peaceful morning with these zebras here so far. So it'll be interesting to see as well. So we've talked about some of the behavior of birds and insects and things like that. In terms of snakes, so we have had a lot of colder, rainy weather with the humidity starting to rise, and possibly in the next few days with this bad weather system moving out and the sun coming back out, we should expect to see some snakes coming out to bask in some of those warmer areas and try and warm up. Remember, they can't regulate body temperature there, so they're going to try and warm up. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye out to see if there are any snakes in the upcoming days. You know, before a storm comes, it's probably going to be a better time to look for them, but you never know. I'm quite happy to have a look for them. Handling snakes is not my forte. I'm scared of those guys. I did see saw an amazing video the other day. Amazing for us to watch, but not for the poor snake. There was a fight that took place between a snake. It was a boomslang, a male boomslang, which is that very, very vivid green color. Remember, the female boomslang is more of a brownish color. So the fight was between this male boomslang and a grey-headed bushrak. So remember, if snakes are spotted by any birds, it'll usually be like a bird party, a gathering of birds, which go ballistic, and they all start alarm calling at the snake to try and get it to slither away and move out of that area. And it's relatively easy to figure out that the birds have found some type of a snake. And this grey-headed bushrak, which is one of the bigger bushrak species, you know, when you compare it to sort of orange-breasted bushrak, olive bushrak and things like that, he didn't enjoy this boomslang being around. And the video has actually gone viral. So this grey-headed bushrak actually picks both of the eyes out from the boomslang. The boomslang's there trying to bite this grey-headed bushrak, and in the end, I mean, he's literally ripped both of his eyeballs out. It's quite a vivid, gruesome type of video. But I mean, that's, you know, nature takes place, and you've got to let it just unravel in the way that it wants to do it. But bushraks are quite well known for being quite savage when it comes to encountering snakes. Look at that, we have got the perfect butt shot going on here. Yeah, interesting to see how there's a difference in the sort of the stripes between the two. And they were kind of bum on like that. The one on the right hand side definitely looked to have a lot more sort of whitish colours on its bum there. Remember, we did see a zebra sand bathing this morning, dust bathing. Potentially it could be this one on the left hand side. Look at the differences in colour, how that one on the left hand side is a lot more of a dirtyish colour. That one on the right is definitely a lot cleaner. Remember, when it comes to cleaning and grooming themselves, the oxpeckers will go on and give them a hand with the ticks. Other than that, they will bite little ticks off with their teeth. Remember, they've got very strong teeth. Unfortunately, they're not the same sort of tooth structure as an impala. Remember, impala are quite fortunate in that the teeth on their lower sort of jaw are semi-loose in their sockets. So they can, when they're kind of combing through that fur, the teeth will splay open a little bit, and that really helps a lot to be able to keep that fur 100% clean and take out any irregularities or any bits of dust and dirt and ticks and things like that. Remember, when you look at an impala, they always do look impressively sort of glossy, always in good condition. You never really see a dull looking impala. You know, obviously when it's been raining and things like that, they will lift a layer of hair up and it gives them more of a shaggy look. But I mean, that's just in reaction to environmental conditions. But you take that out of the equation, and impala are always looking so clean, so healthy. The impala dermatologist would be proud. Joey, 100%. Zebras are absolutely stunning. Definitely one of the animals high up on the wish list to see for guests, I'd say, when you come to game reserves. And you can see why. I feel like, you know, beyond the cats, which most people would like to see, I think the two animals most sought after that are zebra and giraffe. I mean, look at these zebra, they are absolutely stunning. I really enjoy the nice bold black stripes of that one on the left. And that one on the right hand side, if you look at the front shoulder of where all of those different stripes meet, I love how it almost forms like a triangle, like a little trifecta there. Now you can really see how much darker and bolder those stripes are on that zebra on the left, now that they're positioned very similarly, facing to the left hand side there. You can see there's definitely a little fly or midge or two that is flying around there. You can see their tails are flicking around quite incessantly. But so cool to be able to see the difference in colour now between the two of them. Look at that zebra at the front, at its front legs. It's almost like a white leg. It doesn't have any stripes going down that front leg at all. You know, it differs from zebra to zebra. Some zebras have got a lot of prominent stripes on their front legs. Looks like a toilet stop incoming for that zebra at the back there, lifting its tail up a bit. You can see that black little circle on the front leg of the zebra closest to us. That's really like a hardened, calloused piece of skin. So that is positioned there so that when the zebra is lying down, that the hooves don't cut into the actual skin and open up and create a bit of a wound, and obviously flies and things like that will start to go in there. And all zebras will have that on their front legs, as far as I understand. I'll have to double check, but I don't think they've got it on their back legs, just on their front legs.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So remember, for both of these rivers that we've got, the Kariga and the Bushmans, they are both classified as being more of a marine dominated sort of ecosystem. So obviously very high levels of salt water, of salinity. So upstream, in terms of both rivers, there are areas that have been sort of dammed up and things like that. So a bit of interference from agriculture and things like that. So obviously because of that, there's not as much fresh water coming down. So you combine that with both of the mouths being open to the ocean, there's a very high salinity level, obviously, the closer you get to the ocean. So you keep that in mind, and obviously you can come to the conclusion that there is a very high chance of Zambesis possibly being in the river. Remember, they're able to adapt to those high salinity levels. Not many reserves can say that there's a possibility of a Zambezi on their reserve. But I think for now, let's take you across to Tess to say good morning.
Good morning everybody. It sounds like it's been a fantastic start with some zebras. That sounds amazing. We haven't seen any yet, but we are admiring some of the scenery while we have been out looking for the three amigos. Got a whole lot of plumbagos, the blue flowers, a very dead sweet thorn right in the middle. Very distinctive looking, and in the background some milkwoods. And I've been having a bit of a closer look at the bark of some of the broken off pieces. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out at Amakhala in the Eastern Cape this morning. Behind the camera is Morgan. And I don't know why, but sweet thorn to me just looks really distinctive. It's covered in old man's beard at the moment, but there's also some lichens. There's some bracket fungus growing everywhere. It just seems like it's a hub for life and activity even when it is dead. Have a look at that. Those branches are coated. Lichens are the kind of whitish pieces that look like flakes. The very light green is old man's beard, although it looks rather dead. And altogether, just a really distinctive looking tree, and something I imagine those zebras would enjoy scratching on too. Now, I don't know if this one was killed by maybe elephants. They pushed it over. Very well could be. But it looks like there's quite a few of these dead sweet thorns in this area. Now, sweet thorns are a great source of food when alive, especially for things like giraffes, kudus, even impalas, and of course elephants. But when it's dead, it would kind of form the basis of life for a whole lot of insects in particular. And then things like bracket fungus, which is a kind of mushroom that grows, it looks like in shelves. But also for that old man's beard, it just looks for high up branches to grow over the branches that are dead. And then of course things like little borer beetles, maybe even ant species, aphids, anything that could kind of dig into that bark a little bit to get at the underlayer of the tree where it's nice and safe. But I don't know why, these trees just look incredibly distinctive when they're dead. When they're alive, there is so much greenery, you can't see the structure of all of those branches. But if you have a look at the density of branches there, how thick they are, how close together, it's quite interesting because you really don't get that idea when they are full of leaves and beautiful yellow flowers. But they are so dense. Now, I was really hoping we would have some cheetahs for you already by this time of the morning, but it seems like the amigos have been hiding from us today. So what we're going to do instead is go to a northern section of Amakhala called Carnarvondale, where Phumelela and her sub-adults have been recently, because it seems like in the last few days she may have started leaving them a bit. So they're at that age now where they should be becoming independent. And they've been spotted on their own for the last few days, and she's been spotted in separate parts of that northern section of Amakhala. So we figured, since we haven't seen them in a while, and since the amigos are hiding, the lions have gone into hiding as well, we're going to go over to that northern section and see if we can have any luck with those sub-adult cheetahs or Phumelela. I don't think we'll find them together for some reason. But it will be a really fascinating time to be watching them. I'm sure they'll be looking for thickets like this to hide in. Although, from what I remember of that one trip to that northern section, it's much more open than here in the initial part, and then it starts going up the slopes. And we're up on a crest at the moment, and so that's why there's these nice thickets. And I'm guessing Phumelela might have gone to that northern section, and they might be somewhere in the open section. Now, we did some great stuff on plumbagos yesterday, the beautiful blue flowers. They seem to be everywhere, but nothing seems to eat them other than insects. Oh, Lara, cheetahs would be amazing, don't you think? It's always fun to be able to spend time with them, and I think especially in a place like Amakhala, where you've got two very distinct groups of cheetahs, and both are pretty habituated to the vehicles, it makes it really nice for us to be able to catch up with them. And especially at the ages that they are, it makes it even more interesting, because three young males together in their own coalitions starting to scent mark and really honing in their skills on hunting. That's always fascinating to see. Slightly older than Phumelela's sub-adults. But considering Phumelela's just started leaving her sub-adults and kind of forcing them to independence, that will be a fascinating age to watch. Because now they have to hunt on their own. So there's going to be a lot of trial and error, and the longer you spend with them, the more chance we'll have of getting them in action. seeing how they grow and develop on their own, separated from Phumelela. Cheetah action is always good. I've actually never seen a cheetah in a plumbago bush. Have you, Morgan? I'm sure you must have been here for a while. Not sure. I don't know why nothing seems to like plumbago. I can't seem to find anything that says it's highly toxic or anything, and you can use it for medicinal purposes. But I've never seen any of the herbivores going for it, and I've certainly only seen insects and birds around them. They don't smell quite as nice as a sweet thorn, though, so maybe they're not even that attractive to insects. I suppose it would be the color more than anything that would draw the insects in. Well, they are safe to handle, and I know traditionally in the Xhosa culture, which is the culture around here, they have been used for earrings. So the flowers are safe to handle, the leaves and roots are used medicinally. They can't be altogether that toxic. I think they're probably just really unpalatable. Maybe they're bitter to eat, and so nothing wants to eat them. It's an adaptation from the plant to avoid being eaten. And they seem to be doing pretty well, because everywhere we look as we drive through the entirety of Amakhala, you'll find these stands of plumbago. Probably the most common flower here, other than a tall white squirrel. But we've also seen quite a few paintbrush lilies. I've been looking for them around here, but there don't seem to be any in this clearing. They like to be a bit lower down, similar area to the squirrels. They are more succulent, and so they like it in lower ground where there's a lot of water in the soil. Up here, predominant species will be plumbago, the sweet thorn, even though this one's dead, and the white milkwood, which is the one that has leaves behind the plumbago and the sweet thorn. Very distinctive habitat. We're not too far from the dune forests as well, which is where a lot of brown hyenas will be found. And we even had a look for some aardwolf this morning. So where the 3 amigos were yesterday, there were apparently 3 aardwolf sub-adults today. So we think there's a den site around there as well. So the next time we're out early morning for a sunrise safari, I think we're going to start there. Or we might even end there tonight, because we're out for sunset as well. But this habitat would be perfect for any of those more elusive animals. You can see how thick that thicket is. If I was to walk into it and sit down, you wouldn't be able to see me, unless I started waving my arms around. So for brown hyenas, for aardwolf, aardvark, even leopard, these thickets are fantastic. For elephants, it's just a great boost of food. You can hear quite a few birds around. Ella, the variety and diversity here really is quite mind-blowing. There are more bird species found on Amakhala alone than there are in the entire Lowveld region. That's a massive region. That's basically the whole northeastern corner of South Africa. And Amakhala has way more birds than that. So that stems directly from this diversity of plant life, which increases the diversity of insect life, which increases the bird life. And so that kind of interconnected web just keeps growing exponentially. It seems like this area is just so diverse. It's probably one of the best spots in the world to train as a guide because of that diversity. There's different soil types, there's different plants. There are so many different species together and things that you don't get in a lot of other places. Everything from the big 5 is here, but all the way down to, of course, aardwolf, aardvark. I'm sure there must be pangolins as well. All of the different birds. There's just so much going on. We've seen a lot of insects, but interestingly enough, I haven't had a close-up view of many insects since I've been here. There's just so much thickets and so many flowers that I think the insects are so distracted they hardly feel the need to come closer to us, other than flies. But I suppose that's what flies are so well known for. But let's just have a listen to these bird calls, though, because it seems like now that the sun's coming out, the birds are getting really active. Kylie, thank you for the question. That's an interesting one. My favorite bird call overall is probably a white-bellied sunbird. It's a beautiful, very high-pitched melodic call, but the most unusual one for me is still a violet-backed starling. It sounds like the old internet dial-up tone. I just can't get used to it. It sounds very robotic and kind of filtered with those really weird filters that DJs use. Not that I know what they're called. I've left my sound technology behind me, it seems. So I think those two are probably my favorite, one for unusual and one for very pretty melody. But I also love the sound of a Burchell's cuckoo, the rainbird. I love the sound of southern ground hornbills because they're so rare. I love the melodies of even Cape wagtails because they remind me of home. My mom has a whole family of Cape wagtails that basically live in our garden and are incredibly habituated. Here, there are so many bird calls I don't recognize. For the first time today, I realized one of the calls I've been trying to identify for 2 weeks was an ant-eating chat, but not the long call that it makes, just the little kind of contact call it makes. I've been listening to it every day for 2 weeks and couldn't pinpoint what bird it was, and today it was an ant-eating chat, which is one of the most common birds here. But there really are a lot. Even the turacos sound beautiful. I know the Knysna turacos are a favorite here. You can hear doves here, you can hear southern boo-boos. There's just so many birds here that it actually confuses your mind a little bit. It's a bit overwhelming. Do you have a favorite bird call, Morgan? Haven't thought about it. I feel like no matter where we go on Amakhala and what we're looking at, the bird calls are consistent. There's just so much diversity and they don't stop. Oh, this is too beautiful. So beautiful. All right, well, we've got some distance to cover, so I think we are going to get going and see if we can get lucky with Pumbulela and her sub-adults. But for now, we'll send you over to Okukuyu Waterhole with Alex to see what's come down for a drink.
Thanks, Tess. And just back here, Okukuyu watching the zebra. The zebra kind of been standing off and waiting to come down to the water. Different harem to what was here earlier. So nice to have more zebra in the area at the moment. There was a really large herd or harem of them yesterday afternoon. I'm assuming that these are just breakaways from that large number that did come through yesterday. But who knows? A bit of speculation. We are currently just waiting for them to approach. We'll try and get a better view of them just now. Otherwise, still some lovely bird calls going on. Got some doves calling at the moment. Most of the springbok and impala that were around have also pushed off for now. So what we're going to do is just await this approach. The springbok's still in the distance over there. But just await. There's the wildebeest as well. Just await the approach of the zebra. Hopefully they'll get closer to us and we'll get a nice view of them as well. But for now, we're just taking in other sounds that are about. A couple of European beaters calling now. I'm just enjoying as this morning kind of unfolds. It's been really action-packed, so lovely to have all the action. Rather clear at the moment, a bit of a breeze, and that might swirl and change later on, so another something just to keep tabs on. It looks like the Adam Stork has also moved off. I think actually it's still there. Have a little look, otherwise come back and wait for the zebra to approach. No, Adam Stork has moved for now, so perhaps we'll get a very cool glimpse again of a really large flock. You can hear the Gnu vocalizing at the moment. typical of wildebeest. And again, as I said, just watching to see what goes on. Hopefully get a nice view of these zebras as they approach. A little bit of a standoff it seems though for now, but very pleasant. Nice way to just spend Sunday morning. So a couple of springboks still hanging about. The impala have moved off for now. That wildebeest is also moving towards the back of the zebra now, and just waiting on them to approach. So hopefully that'll happen. We'll get a nice view of them. Otherwise, taking in the other bird calls. A little bit of window, meaning that they perhaps won't call as much. But we'll just have to wait and see. You can actually hear that wind coming through, so it is rather strong at the moment. It looks like the Egyptian geese have also decided to get out of the water for now. So the zebra numbers building. There's a young foal that's there as well. And it looks like we will probably get some zebra action at some point. Just trying to keep tabs on who's all here and what is going on. We'll also be able to hear, actually also nice numbers of wildebeest as well. So lots going on. I'm hoping all of these do come through to the water. Of course, you'll be able to see how fast that wind is blowing. You just see the surface of the water on the waterhole now. But waiting to see what will happen. I'm sure we will get some of these animals through to the water. It does look like they're moving down towards it. A bit of interaction going on between different harems. Nice to see the numbers building. So we do hope that everyone does make their way down to us. We're just waiting to see, but there is a bit of interaction going on too. So it's nice to watch that as well. A little bit of posturing here and there. Of course, grazing as well. So nice to just see both the zebra and the wildebeest. Good numbers at the moment. Numbers that we're kind of used to, more in the dry season, but very nice to have them around. Hi, Chad. And not that I'm aware of course, they do make use of the game trails that do lead to the waterhole. Of course, if they were spooked and, maybe landed on a rock, one of these concrete stones or rocks really awkwardly, that perhaps could lead to a sprained ankle. Although with regards to antelope and even the zebra, those ankles of theirs are kind of fused together. So they are designed for the landscape, really. Far more stable than, say, what we would be. I think it would be a little bit more different for us to kind of negotiate our way through there. Being bipedal as well, so two-legged. Of course, these animals have grown up here as well. So, they would know how to navigate getting about. But as I said, also they do make use of the game trails. And those game trails, obviously, have the least resistance, or path of resistance, that would then lead to the waterhole as well. But it's not to say that if they got spooked or flushed by a predator, that, injuries could occur. But lots going on. Zebra and wildebeest numbers really swelling. So I'm hoping that we will get them all at the water at some point. But we're also just watching to see the social interaction that goes on. And in particular with the zebra, you can just see there a bit going on, little biting, some kicking, and maybe even the stealing of mares by different stallions as well. That could also happen. They do that. So stallions are known to kind of steal mares from other harems as well. Zebra dynamics rather diverse. There we go. A little bit of kicking too. They can be rather mean to each other as well. There's a little foal there. Sometimes stallions even known to kill foals of other stallions when they take over harems. As I said, they might look beautiful, but they can be rather nasty towards each other as well. So it sounds like there are a couple of guinea fowl that are also around. You'll just be able to hear their vocals as well. Oh, how did that do that? Really good numbers of zebra here at the moment. And the majority of that zebra population that is here, zebra being the second most populous mammal here in Etosha, would have migrated eastward. So these are the population that kind of stays here in the west, obviously making their way down to here. It's thought that the majority of that migration occurs also because of anthrax and that is prevalent, but also because of the green flush that then will extend. So that availability of food and vegetation that is then also abundant now at this time of the year across towards the east as well. So a little seasonal movement in the zebra. I suppose also the other mammals, because we've seen a lot of them disperse. They might not necessarily migrate all the way to the east, but definitely dispersing away from the waterholes. So just waiting to see the dynamics, how it all unfolds. Wildebeest also a little bit giddy at the moment. However, always interesting watching different harems of zebra as they interact as well. Hi Montana, thank you for your question. And yes, zebra and horses form part of the family Equus, and zebra do gallop. They run rather fast. They can move at some speed. And if you do see them around here, maybe one or two might spook each other, and you'll see them trotting and galloping around. Some wildebeest as well there, going for it, so really cool to watch. And you'll probably find that the territorial bull that has been here, maybe is another territorial bull there, and they are engaging in a little argy-bargy. Of course, that territorial bull with his herd, definitely not wanting to part ways. So really interesting dynamics that are unfolding. The zebra are, and some of the wildebeest are coming down here to the Okakuya waterhole. Of course, you are with myself, Alex, and we've been across with Tess and Morgan in Amakala, looking at the plumbago as well as the sweetthorn, and we've been down with Nick in Kariga, getting to grips with their zebra population and what else is going on there in the Eastern Cape. So it's been rather fantastic. We've had a very busy start to today. Lots going on. Awesome to have all these zebra here. Of course, rather windy, but I think we are going to eventually get everyone making their way to the water. So we're going to stick here for now and just watch to see what unfolds. Really quite cool, lovely way to enjoy ourselves. So here we go, that rather big harem of zebra coming through now as well. And this is what we have been waiting for. So action for us right now, lots going on. I do assume that the zebra will hang about at the water for longer than wildebeest. They do drink far more water than wildebeest do as well. Wildebeest being able to handle a little more arid area than zebra do. It's amazing just with this change of scene and season, with the green, how the zebra and the wildebeest also still remain very camouflaged throughout. Of course, that white concrete stone obviously aids that. A couple of foals here with the zebra too, so it's lovely to see them as well. No doubt, the odd pregnant mare too. We did see a very pregnant mare earlier on. The guinea fowl giving us a nice little call now too. Really awesome. Lovely to have all these mammals with us right now. Hi Angie, you are so right. It really is so cool. Kind of confusing. I suppose that's also why the dazzle of zebra, the collective noun of them, it works so well because it is dazzling. It really is picturesque at the moment. So lovely to have all of these zebra through right now. And I suppose, as Angie said, admiring all the stripes. They really are beautiful. such iconic animals. It's so awesome just to sit back and watch as these guys all come through. So awesome. Been waiting for this for some time. Nice to just watch the dynamics unfold. Of course, awesome just to sit back and enjoy them. Something spooking everyone for the moment. I'm sure coming straight back though to the water. Nothing of real alarm. So it's been so special. Lovely to have all our zebra come through these wildebeest too. It's time for us to check in again with Nick and Karicha and see what's going on down there.
Okay, so we're still with our dazzle of zebra. We've just got a few different individuals here. You can see we've got a mother with a foal just behind her. So the humidity is still increasing quite a lot. A few little midges starting to fly around. You can see the tail of these zebras is flicking nicely there. I can hear some erratic flying from some sacred ibis behind me. You know, usually when birds come into a landing, they come and they glide in quite smoothly. There's been one sacred ibis recently that's just been flying around like a headless chicken. Maybe he realizes it's Sunday, it's the weekend, that he can do whatever he likes. And he's just taking full advantage of that. So we were talking about the nice sort of carpet of green grasses that we've got at the moment. I mean, you can really see this here. It's just absolutely lovely grass for those zebra there. Sort of 5 days ago, that wasn't nearly as green as what it is now. I mean, that's like a perfectly mowed lawn. It's incredible. And remember, there will be plenty of different species that come and eat this green grass here. I'm sure at some point in time we should start to see our rhino coming to feed on these grasses as well. Remember, with their sort of squared off lip, this short grass is going to be perfect for them just to crop nicely. But it really is, this rain has transformed the whole Scotia Dam clearing down here. I mean, we were starting to talk about how it looked like it was starting to dry out, but it's really refreshed everything so nicely. Starbuck, how does zebra foals not get lost in the herd? Generally, in terms of herd size, the herd is, in South Africa, herds aren't too big. You know, probably ranging to, I wouldn't say more than 10 or 12. So there aren't that many individuals to start off with. And you must remember, for the first few days of life, Mom is probably going to separate herself slightly from the rest of the group. And during that process, there's going to be an imprinting of Mom's sort of stripe pattern on the youngster, and that is going to be a sort of a permanent imprint of that as Mom. So I don't think it's very hard for the youngsters to know exactly where Mom is. Generally, you don't see the youngsters moving all too far away from Mom. You know, they'll usually stay, when they're very young, within a few meters, and then as they get older and get a little bit more bolder, they'll start to move around a little bit further away. But generally they don't really have a problem with figuring out who Mom is, where they should go, where they shouldn't go. I guess a lot of it is instinctive as well.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic...
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Always give a crack to some of the areas closer to the top of the ridgeline. So we haven't seen too much grooming or interaction amongst mom and youngster yet here this morning. That it looks like it's trying to go into suckle a little bit. Wow, that's amazing to watch. Look how relaxed the mother is with us being so close. We're probably sort of 20 meters away or so, and she's quite happy to let that youngster suckle. You can even see from this distance, the skin of the youngster is definitely, it looks like it's a little bit wet. Just going to come to the side here quickly. Got a little bit of action from the zebra. Really hitting the spot there. That was amazing behavior to watch. These zebras are putting an absolute show on for us here. So obviously we talked about the humidity increasing. And this is now the second zebra that we've seen dust bathing like that today. So obviously just trying to protect their skin from a few of the midges and things that are starting to fly around now. You can see some nice mutual grooming, allo grooming going on between the two individuals at the back there. Lovely little bit of interaction. And interesting to see how that adult moved off the minute the foal walked up. Joan, I agree. This little youngster it's a little cutie. It's amazing. Really putting a show on for us here. Look at his tiny little tail in comparison to Mom's. Doesn't have much sort of length to the tail hairs of being a decent fly swatter there. Zane, the most this was going to come up at some point in time about the call of a zebra. It's a little bit different to a horse. I'm at risk of putting myself to humiliation here, but they make more of like a quaha 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 type of call. It obviously wasn't very good because nobody turned around to have a look at me. But then they also, other than that, just have quite a common call of, you'll often hear them going, which I guess horses do quite often as well. But more of their sort of their contact call would be a little bit different from horses. But a lot of similarities though. You know, obviously body shape, you look at, they are part of the same family, the Equus family. You know what I'll still never forget? That one time I went across to try and find the male lions for you. And I was giving you guys a good, what I thought was a decent rendition of a male lion's roar. And I started off with just saying, you know, how it's softly, they start their call quite softly and build it up in volume from there. And I'd literally just given to and I was about to build up the momentum and the volume there. And this lion who had his head down, he lifted his head up and he looked straight towards me. I hope some of you were there to see that, because I'll tell you what, I'm not going to be forgetting that little instance anytime soon. So I think it's safe to say that my lion call might be better than my zebra contact call. Not one of these 4 individuals looked around. A little bit of a slap in the face there. You can see how they are nice and relaxed. There are still a few other zebras off to the left hand side here. There's some baboons shouting down in the valley far away from here, but I feel like they love to shout at nothing, and you can see how it's not really unnerving these zebras all too much. Peaceful scenes here. Tell you what, I wouldn't mind a gentle breeze kicking up. It is so humid right now. So there's been quite a bit of foot stamping from the zebra today. You'll see them doing it occasionally. I think that's just some of the flies and midges that are flying around them. You can imagine if there is any type of small cut or wound, those flies will go straight to that. It'll be like a magnet. Remember, the surrounding habitat around these clearings of Scotia Dam is a lot of thicket biome. So lots of dense bushes. You think of some of your bushes like needle bush, which has got lots of sharp thorns. That if zebra are moving from A to B through an area and one of those little needle bush thorns happens to scrape against their legs, it's more than likely just going to open up a little bit of a cut there. Can't see any cuts on these zebras. But that foot stamping like that is definitely trying to chase some of the flies away. That foot stamping makes me laugh. I used to play a little bit of table tennis, and I went to play a few serious matches when I was at university. And the guys who take it very seriously, they do this foot stamping, similar to what these zebra are doing. Just as they hit their shot, they'll stamp the ground with their foot. I don't know if it's to try and put you off or something. I played like 2 games and I couldn't stop laughing at these guys, and that was it. I couldn't play any longer. Oh, it made me have a good chuckle. And interesting to see today how there's not too much, the youngster, the zebra foal, he's not too playful today. I don't know if it is the heat that's started to come out in the last sort of hour or so, but in a lot of the other days that we've watched this little youngster, he's been almost craving attention from mom. Not so much today. You know, we often see him kind of jumping up to mom, nuzzling up against her head. I've seen him put his front legs on top of Mom's neck as well, when obviously Mom's put her head down. Everybody's starting to move off. But remember, this is your safari. It is a live and interactive safari, so if you do have any questions, ask away. I'd be very interested to know what your thoughts are. If you have any questions about photography or anything like that as well, fire them away and I'll answer them as best that I can. Everybody heading down the road, heading down the yellow brick road. See, we have our warthog sow with her little piglets making an appearance. So just 2 that she's got. Remember, there did used to be 4. I'm not too sure if it is this particular female that had the 4, or she's possibly lost 2 along the way. Remember, in terms of when the little piglets are born, it'll be inside a disused termite mound, and often there'll be like a little island inside the mound there, so that if it does rain, and like we've had plenty of rain across a lot of our locations recently, so we know all about that. If it does rain, those little youngsters, those little piglets wouldn't get flooded inside the burrow. They would be able to survive, because there is a small island inside the actual burrow itself. Slightly raised area. Usually they'd spend about 3 weeks or so inside the burrow before starting to venture out. Rwanda, they're similar to buffalo in that all 3 of their senses are very well developed. Their sense of sight is incredible. So I would more than likely say their sense of sight is very good compared to all 3 of the senses. You know, you look at something like a rhino, only 2 senses are well developed, whereas for our warthogs, all 3 senses are very well developed. Tiny little warthog piglets those, huh? Mama's started to move off down the ridge line, so I'm sure they're more than likely going to follow her soon enough. Definitely looks like one of those piglets is smaller than the other one. Possibly that little runt of the litter there. So our 4th zebra has walked off down the road. It'll be interesting to see if the others do follow. Remember, zebra are able to handle the heat quite well. They are predominantly white coloured animals, so they're going to reflect a lot of that heat, and even midday we do see them sitting down in the middle of an open area as opposed to going to search for a little bit of shade. Yeah, Mom's slowly starting to move. I'm sure our little youngster's going to follow suit anytime soon now. Definitely a cute little thing. It's got a soft spot in my heart, this one. And it's been nice to be able to spend a good amount of time with this youngster. You know, I've been lucky enough to be at Kariega now for just over a month. And it's been amazing to watch its day-to-day progressions. To watch it grow in confidence. I remember all of our little youngsters are all still relatively young. You know, everybody was born in sort of mid-November or so. So this little zebra foal, still quite small, still quite young. I'm scanning around the clearing looking for any other youngsters. I remember at one stage we did actually have 4 different individual zebra foals around Scotia Dam here at once. This is the only one that I can see for the moment. Maybe that's why he's got his head down and walking super slow. His friends aren't here to play with him. So everybody looking quite restful, quite peaceful here. Let's see if I can zoom out and just pan across a little bit. We were talking about potentially hoping to see some rhino, and it looks like some have finally popped out for us. There we go, look at that. It looks like it may possibly be Thandi there on the right hand side. And that should be Sia and Mtetu down on the left. Just having a look at Thandi on the right at her neck region there. Looks quite sort of darkish. So I'm not too sure if she was maybe lying down on her side, but on her left hand side of her body, because I'm just trying to think how her stomach area could be clean like that, and her neck and top of her back is quite dirty. So maybe she's been lying down on her other side and then she rolled onto the ridgeline of her back. But I would be very, very surprised if these rhino don't come down towards Scotia Dam, towards some of the mud wallows. I can't tell you how high the humidity is right now. My shirt is literally wet. So I'm sure they're going to come down and cool off in the water soon enough. There we go, you can see Thandi just starting to move around a little bit. And we were talking about all of this fresh green grass growth. You can see that little section right where they are, just in front of them. That's another beautiful area. There's lots of these different, almost like pockets. You know, there are lots of small little shrubs and things around the place. And then there are these little pockets of where it's just super, super green. And I think for a rhino, it really doesn't get much better than that. Remember, they are just grazers, the white rhino, so they're not going to be looking to browse at all on any leaves or twigs or flowers or anything like that. And these really short grasses, this is pretty much the creme de la creme for them. This is their favorite. Yeah, you think of something like a buffalo, they're really going to enjoy those longer grasses. But for these rhino, these nice short green grasses, this is about as good as it gets. they really are living the life at the moment. Lots of water around, there's this good grass growth around. Looking around the clearings, I can't see any male rhino that would bug them. Grace, thanks for your question. How old is Thandi? Grace, I'm going to have to read up on that. As far as I'm just trying to think about it now. I want to say 2005 was the year she may have been born, but I'm going to have to read up on that and get back to you. It's 2005, Grace. She was born in 2005. So then remember there was the unfortunate poaching incident of where poachers did manage to get hold of Thandi, and that's why she's had those several skin grafts and things like that. That was later on in 2012. So I was just trying to work backwards from there. So it is 2005 that she would have been born. So remember, she had her first calf, who was Tembi, a little bit after that sort of poaching incident. So 3 years after that. So it was in 2015 that she would have had Tembi, who was her first youngster. So obviously now Tembi has gone on to give birth to her own youngsters, or own youngster. So Mtetu should now be around sort of 5 years, and Sia should be around sort of 2.5 or so. Daisy, as far as I know, they've got a single heart. Obviously within the heart it's divided into 4, an actual heart, even the human heart. You'll have your 2 different ventricles, your left and right ventricle, and then your left and right atrium, and then coming out of that your main sort of funnel valve, if you want to call it that, would be your aorta. Too many A's there, saying A and aorta. Your aorta would be coming out of that. But no, it'll just be one heart for the rhino, but divided into 4 separate chambers. Obviously a good sized heart as well. For such a big animal, it's got to be able to pump blood efficiently from that heart to the rest of the body. Yeah, so slowly starting to see a little bit of movement from these rhinos, which is nice. Tommy, no, a rhino is not. I mean, obviously we're now talking about full-grown weights. An elephant will be heavier than a rhino. So, obviously for both elephants and rhinos, the males will be heavier than the females. A fully grown elephant male will be 6 tons. And a fully grown white rhino male will be just over 2 tons, about 2.2 tons. So there's a drastic difference. I mean, the elephant will be more than twice the weight. Same with the females. An elephant cow is probably weighing about 3.5 tons, whereas a rhino cow will be around 1,700, 1,800 kilos. And then remember, within our rhino species as well, our white rhino will be bigger and heavier than that of the black rhino. So we mentioned white rhino males, 2,200 kilos, black rhino males, 900 kilos, so just under a ton. So as far as size goes out here, nothing's going to top an elephant. You know, they are right at the top of the hierarchy in terms of weight. And you must remember that in terms of hierarchies of movements and things like that, the bigger the animal, the more say they have. You know, something like a lion is your apex predator. But if a lion was lying down here at Scotia Dam and a big herd of elephants walked up, the lions and the elephants want the lions to be there. The lions would have to get up and move. And if they didn't, the elephants would chase them. You know, there'd be a lot of trumpeting. The elephants would flare their ears out to the side, lift their head up to make themselves look bigger. And at the end of the day, I mean, a big male lion, you're really not going to find a lion much bigger than 250 kilos or so, 260 kilos. Even though that is massive, you can't compare 260 kilos to 6 tons. But I think for now, let's take you across to Alex, who is in Djuma, and see what he's got for us there.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, here in Djuma, where the rain has not stopped, and you'll be able to notice just how much has really fallen. It has subsided a bit for now. It really was quite torrential earlier, and when it does fall here like that, you can struggle to see even a few meters into the bush. And there are some impala here. So we'll have a look at them, and then we will go and have a look to see how high that water might have gotten. You can see how drenched they are just from all that rain that has fallen. Especially adapted teeth that they use as combs to comb through those coats are really not going to be of much use right now, I think, other than kind of taking the water out of that coat. But you know, not much point really, because the heavens could open once again, and you know, that whole process would have to start. But nice and cool for them, no doubt enjoying the weather. You can still see lots of groundwater still flowing, and it really is sodden. And we have those red-faced testiculars as well calling right now, really close to us. It's such an awesome sound. And lots of groundwater coming through. So no doubt Gari Dam will be getting fuller by the second as we get all this runoff that then does move towards it. And really lots of rain has fallen, and with the ground so saturated, it really doesn't take much for the water to kind of spool, puddle, and even form these little streams as it runs off towards water sources, pans, dams, obviously riverbeds, anywhere else where it can kind of form. So lovely to see that these impala have hung around for some time now. You just see what's going on here, and this one looks like it's actually got a wound. And quite clearly it does have a wound, so perhaps something tried to get it, obviously got away. It is still alive, but definitely being rather attentive to itself. So just a wound on its flank, and these ewes moving off, it seems. And what we're going to be doing is going to have a look and see how high the water has risen in the last few moments, but still lots coming down. Of course, not as high as it was. It really was almost monsoon-like, and you can see how full the drainage really is at the moment. That water has risen quite substantially in the course of the last few hours. As I said, still lots of runoff to come through, and I'm sure that water level raising even more. You can see even running down from here, lovely big jackalberry tree. You can actually see the torrent that's coming down. Of course, that is really all that lag factor from all that rain falling and catching, and then obviously coming down to these areas. You can actually see there a little torrent running down and filling up Gowrie Dam. So really quite spectacular. Where Dewey the hippo is, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him yet. Quite remarkable when you think about how much water has fallen in the last few days. Of course, this will be leading to quite a bit of erosion around, so lots of management, road management in particular, being quite key after this, making sure that any areas that might be prone to damage, obviously being looked after and shut off, not driven. You can see even here, the water is approaching the dam wall. And if it really does continue like it has been throughout the course of the day, this water could very much be over that dam wall at some point. Got some birds here. And it looks like just some rather wet flying vuvuzelas. Some hardy-dars that are here, taking a break from the wind and the rain. Obviously when the rain does come down and bucket down like it has, the wind also picks up. Still drizzling though, as we've said. Really quite fantastic. I'm sure lots of frogs and amphibians going to be out and about later. Of course, once the rain does move off, lots of insects about for everything. It will kind of be like a buffet too. Just wanting to have a look to see who else might be up here. Does look like it's clearing to some degree, and you can actually see the amount of rain falling down there. Some blacksmith lapwings that have dropped down. So that horizon, in the distance there, lots of water vapor, precipitation still falling in the area. Just wanting to get a view and a sense of what is going on, so that's why we're having a little pan around, checking to see if anything else is out. There was a wildebeest around as well earlier. We will scan backwards just to make sure we might not have missed anything. Woodlands kingfish is also clearly enjoying the rain, still calling. Really awesome, and the temperature here will have dropped quite substantially. It'll be quite chilly, I'm sure, right now. Of course, you'll be able to feel all this moisture in the air. It will be rather humid. Some of those Natal spurfowls calling right now. But really quite remarkable as to how high this water level has risen. As I said, still rising. Noted a number of little runoff coming into here, runoff streams and the rest. Fortunately, the rain kind of calming down for the moment. Just have a look to see what's on that side over here. Just flowers. Hi, Cynthia. No, there aren't any. The closest crocodiles to here are actually, in fact, in Chitwa Dam. Not too far away. Of course, if this did link in terms of the water sources, it's possible that one could come through. But at the moment, no crocodiles. Hippo, yes, but they do move between dams. And lots of terrapins. I'm sure lots of catfish and that also coming through at the moment. Right now. Of course, any overflow moving off down the system. Just looking to see if anything else might be on this side. And of course, everything here is going to be drenched. We did just see that impala coats right now, or just now, and they really were sodden. Some of the frogs starting to call. go away bird as well. The impala have moved off, so let's just wait to see who else comes through. Otherwise, what we're going to do is just watch and see if that water does rise. Of course, still drizzling, but not quite as crazy as it was a few moments ago. Still lots of water being fed into the dam. You can still see kind of torrenting down. It does mean for the next few days, any other rain that does fall, you know, it's just going to add to these water sources because the ground is so saturated, meaning the water table being so much higher than what it would have been. Currently, right now, this is nice rain, a very good rain for any rain or for any fault system. Nice and drenching. So no doubt it will be very green in the next few weeks after this rain. And very thick as well. You can actually see that little torrent coming down still. It is slowly getting smaller, but still flowing quite heavily. Nice to just pick up on those red-faced testicular as well. Lovely call that they do have. So we're just enjoying a peaceful scene here, just taking in all this rain, watching it as it all kind of falls around us. I'm also just picking up on any of the bird audio that is about for now. From a very rainy and wet Djuma, it's time for us to check in with Tess and Morgan and see what's going on in Amakhala.
still raining in Djuma. I can't believe it. Whole sections of the southern part of the Kruger National Park have washed away. So I feel like this rain is just going to be never ending. Luckily for us here on this side, it is just nice and windy, but it is overcast, so it's not too hot. And we're in the northern section looking for different cheetahs. We are looking for Pumalela's 2 sub-adult youngsters. We found a big herd of red hartebeest with some calves. In the area as well, the occasional warthog, some plains zebra, some eland, but they're all scattered around us. And this is the area where the 2 sub-adults were last seen early this morning. Now, if you look at the body language of the red hartebeest, you can kind of see they're not totally relaxed. They're not grazing across the board. They're not moving around much. They're staying very tightly packed, and their heads are up. So they're listening, they're smelling something on the wind, they're looking out. And I think that's because the cheetah probably have a lingering smell in the air. So even if we can't see them, the cheetah might actually be here, and maybe the hartebeest can smell them, but we can't spot them. This is a particularly beautiful section of Amakhala. Very open in these big plains, but then these massive kind of woodland areas immediately surrounding, so there's plenty of hiding spots. They are literally not moving. The most movement we're seeing is tails flicking and the occasional one kind of walking around. The rest of them are not so keen to carry on with normal life. They could also just be enjoying the sun, of course, but usually when they're doing that, they lie down, or they carry on grazing at least because they're going to feel the sun regardless. Maybe this is their version of resting when they can smell cheetahs in the air. They don't lie down. They've got a very distinctive looking body. Bit of a slope like a wildebeest. Very red in colour with dark legs and a very white bum. They've got almost a stripe on either side of their tail that kind of makes it white from there down. And of course those very oddly shaped horns, males and females. I haven't counted many calves in this herd. I can see 2. Whitney, it's so cool to hear you so excited about the red hartebeest. They are such an unusual antelope species to watch. And it looks like they're quite nervous today. We did see 2 younger bulls kind of chasing each other around. That would probably also add to the nervousness of the family. But they're always a lot of fun to watch because, I mean, look at them when they're starting to chase each other again. Look at them when they're running. I mean, it's just the most strange mix between a trot and a gallop and a bit of a hop. Such beautiful antelope. Doesn't look like there's very many calves that have survived in this herd. There are quite a few kind of teenage hartebeest in this herd, so not quite a year old yet. There's very few that are still very pale in colour and quite small from this last calving season. I wonder if they've been taken out by the cheetahs and the brown hyenas. Because I don't even see females that look heavily pregnant. Oh, there are a few that are a little bit more rounded though, I suppose. But if you are just joining us for the first time, Welcome to Amakhala with some beautiful red hartebeest running around in the open plains. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure here for the morning. Behind the camera is Morgan. And if you have missed the morning adventures, let me catch you up. Nick has had some beautiful zebras down in Kariga, which is over the hill that way. Here at Amakhala, beautiful open plains. We've been looking for cheetahs but haven't been successful. We've been listening to the sounds of the rain with some impalas in and out as well at Djuma. There have been a herd of elephants at Okukuyu in Namibia with Alex, and even a surprise visit by some rhinos in Kariga with Nick. So altogether it's been quite a successful morning, let me tell you. But on this side, we're kind of enjoying the herd dynamics at the moment, as everyone seems a little bit on edge. We know the cheetahs were here. We don't know where they've gone. We've been scanning with binoculars. We have not managed to see any movement. But for now, it seems like the most drama is that there's two male hartebeest chasing each other around at speed. They seem to be making the whole herd nervous. Imagine having a giant red hartebeest running at your tiny little calf. Must be quite terrifying at speed. If you do have any questions or comments as well, please do let us know. Anything you'd like us to chat about. It is your adventure escaping to nature, so hopefully you have some good ones for us. Don't ever be afraid to ask. There are very few silly questions in the bush. And even those that are silly, we enjoy chatting about, so it gives us a good laugh. I wonder if this is a bit of a dominance thing happening. The sub-adult red hartebeest are a little bit too young to be kicked out yet, the males. But slightly older males, maybe from the previous year, you might find that there's a bit of a dominant spat happening with the dominant bull trying to kick some of the younger males out. It normally happens from about a year old. They get kicked out. But there's definitely more males in this herd than I would have thought. So maybe the kicking out hasn't happened yet. Maybe it's starting. But it looks like the rest of the herd is starting to relax. They're starting to lie down a bit. Spreading out a bit as well is a very obvious sign that they feel a little bit more comfortable. And that can either be great or horrible for us in terms of cheetahs. It might mean that there are no cheetahs here, or it might mean that the hartebeest just don't know that there are cheetahs here anymore. King Kong, they do look a bit like giant goats. I suppose the similarities would be that maybe they have a slightly similar diet. So about 75% of what a red hartebeest eats is grass, but they also eat seed pods, they eat flowers, fruits, the occasional set of leaves. So they do have a slightly more diverse diet, and goats can pretty much eat anything, but they do have a particular taste for grasses, flowers, and fruits. So maybe there's a similarity there. They're probably closely related further up the family tree, so maybe not that closely now, but a couple of years ago they were probably a little bit more closely related, because goats are also hooved little animals that can conquer pretty much any habitat down here. And their digestive systems would work the same way as well. So I suppose that would be the similarities. But that being said, in hartebeest you get horns in male and female. In most species of goat you don't. It'll only be the males that have horns. But I don't know about any other similarities. Maybe just a bit of a body shape similarity. Goats are a bit fluffier too, I think. Personal opinion there, I think they're fluffier. But these do look a little bit like giant red-colored goats. I think hartebeest are a little fussier on what they eat than a goat is, but they do share some similarities there. They are both ungulates at least. Some are looking a lot darker than others. Right in the middle of the herd, there's two that are looking chocolate brown, where the rest are looking quite light in color, particularly the calves. They're born a lot lighter to blend in with the grass and the sand. But I'm wondering, with the low amount of calves in this herd, was there a bit of a delay in last year's breeding season because of the drought? Very well could have been, because I've seen maybe 3 females that still look quite rounded, as though they might give birth. But that's quite late in the season. And there are definitely a few. I just thought that there would have been more little calves around. It must be quite a full-time job to be a hartebeest mom, because they normally calve every single year. So year after year they'll have at least 1 calf a year. And the gestation is about 8 months, so for most of their adult lives they're pregnant. That must be very hard. So while they are still suckling a calf, they will be getting pregnant again. That's a very quick intercalving period for a big animal. Look kind of comical the way they stand there and flick their head up and down. Oh, the chasing is starting again. Just dust flying as there's a bit of a quick change direction. There's definitely some dominance happening here. So interesting, the females have a dominance hierarchy as well. And they will chase each other around, but not nearly as much as the males do. The males are known to be really aggressive with each other. So we're seeing the mild side of it, where they're just chasing each other around. We haven't actually seen them lock horns or physically have a proper fight yet. They look very calm. Now, if I was one of those sub-adult cheetahs, one of those little calves would be a great size to try and go for. Problem being, you have to fight with the red hartebeest herd to get to them. Although, I can see a bit off to the right, behind some of the bushes in a clearing, there is a little red hartebeest calf on its own. This is pretty common behavior for the first kind of 2 months or so of a red hartebeest's life. They get left in the long grass to camouflage and sit really still while mom feeds at a distance. And it can be quite a distance. Just through there it looks like a termite mound, between this little bush above the road and these big thickets on the right. Right in the middle is a red hartebeest calf. So that's not a huge distance from the herd. Where they are, it's maybe 20 meters or so, but with a cheetah's speed, I wonder if they'd be able to sneak up to that calf that's alone on the right. Because the herd would move further away than that. And that's pretty common to find in most species here. Springbuck, red hartebeest, black wildebeest. Not quite the same as zebras, where they follow on almost immediately. So if they increase that distance and the cheetahs are around, that would be a pretty good target. Oh, there we go. She's running up to it now. I think those are just adults being chased. Look at that. They look like Arab horses when they run. They've got a bit of a canter to them with their tails up. So at least now that calf is a little bit safer. Maureen, their ears are very strange and distinct, aren't they? They kind of stand out at an angle. And they're quite small compared to the rest of the face, I think. I feel like they could have been rounder. They're quite narrow, almost like an acacia leaf, like a thorn tree leaf. But the way that they stick out almost horizontally makes the face look like a bit of a T. Such strange looking creatures. So I would think that the dark markings on the legs would probably be to try and break up the shape, but to me that's quite noticeable. The white rump combined with the very dark, almost black legs and tail makes them look quite distinctive. But I suppose those could look like tree stumps and the body like a termite mound, so if you think about the fact that predators would be seeing this a little differently, it does make sense. They don't see colors quite the same way that we do. Everything looks a bit more green and brown to them. I don't know, they're still looking a bit nervous to me. There's a few that keep looking up towards the next road, which is where the cheetahs were. They keep looking up towards those thickets. I wonder if those cheetahs didn't just quickly nip into the bushes, kind of hiding away from the sun when it started coming out, because it started heating up very quickly. And perhaps the hartebeest, with their incredibly sensitive hearing and sense of smell and even eyesight to notice movement from a distance, maybe they can still hear some of that movement of the cheetahs flicking their tails trying to get rid of flies. Maybe that keeps making them kind of a little more on edge and keep looking back up towards those thickets. We're definitely going to be going that way just now, just to see if we can spot anything. Oh, we've got a springbuck joining the party. This is exciting. It's gone over to where that little calf was. Much further forward, so it looks larger than it is. I promise you, springbuck are quite small. And in fact, earlier we were getting a comparison from Alex, I think it was, about the similarities and differences between Thompson's gazelle and springbuck. Here a nice comparison is springbuck to impala, because they actually both occur here. We just need an impala to walk through now, so you can see the difference. But even with that springbuck coming through, you can kind of see a common color scheme going on. Very reddish, sandy color, a bit of white, and then a bit of black. Exactly the same trio of colors as the hartebeest, just in different places on the body. And the springbuck is obviously a lot brighter with the white. There you can see the size difference a bit more clearly. There's just one male springbuck. I haven't seen a herd with him, so he's a little bit of a nomad. Moving through and using the hartebeest as a bit of moral support here. More eyes and ears. So that springbuck is pretty well hidden behind the thickets now. If it comes back out, it's a really cool comparison, there you go, to see how it walks versus how the red hartebeest walk. So the smaller antelopes tend to walk a lot smoother. You can see the springbuck is making small little steps, but the head and the rest of the body don't move as much, unless of course it's pronking. Very smooth movements as it's walking. The head basically doesn't change position at all. The head kind of stays equidistant from the ground, very nice and still. Because they're a very small prey species, they are kind of not as heavy to move, but also smaller features, and so everything's a little bit more level, if that makes sense. They need to make sure that their head isn't moving too much so that they can spot things coming up around them and behind them. But for the red hartebeest, for zebras, for black wildebeest, for blue wildebeest, when they walk, you can see their head kind of bobs with them, their whole body moves. It looks like it's more of a concerted effort to walk compared to the fluid, still motion of impalas and springbuck moving. Now, it's partially to do with the fact that, yes, they are heavier, and so it is more energy used to move the body. Oh, hartebeest are chasing each other again. But also because having larger nasal cavities into their sinuses in particular, they're particularly prone to things like botflies. So that's across the board with zebras, even buffaloes, black wildebeest, blue wildebeest. They have a bit of a head bob, and that kind of just helps to dislodge any flies that are trying to get in there. They look really different when they run though. Red hartebeest kind of put their heads down and they just go like the clappers when they're running. There's no more bobbing of anything. They just run in a straight line. It doesn't even look like their back moves. They run so smoothly when they're at a gallop or a sprint. So we still have not picked up on any movement of any cheetahs. Makes me a little bit sad, but that's okay. It is nice to spend some time with some slightly different plains game. Not something I get to do altogether that often until I've been here at Amakhala. I think it might be the first time I've actually ever seen red hartebeest chasing each other in a bit of a dominant spat, so that was always interesting, those kinds of things for me. It must be fascinating to be able to sit with the herd the whole day and see what the dynamics are, see how things unfold, see kind of their more active times. They are normally more active mornings and evenings, but they will graze throughout the day, so we know that much. We know that there's a hierarchy between males and one between females, and they will fight and chase each other, and the males in particular are quite aggressive. But for each individual herd, you'd probably, if you watch closely enough, be able to identify which is the dominant male, which might be a more dominant female. You might actually be able to start mapping out some of those dynamics, even slight personality differences in calves. It'd be fascinating to watch them growing up consistently, following each individual. Naomi, thank you so much for your question. Yes, there are different subspecies of hartebeest. This is the red one. The other one that you get, which you actually do find in Kruger Park and in the Lowveld, is called the Liechtenstein's hartebeest. It looks almost the same, so it's very difficult to tell the difference. But here we would only get this subspecies, the red hartebeest, which is the more common of the two by quite a long stretch. Liechtenstein's hartebeest, actually let me find a photo for you to show you the difference. They look almost identical. Right. So the biggest difference, I'll show you a picture in the book. The biggest difference is that the horns are a different shape, but the body looks almost identical. So that's a Liechtenstein hartebeest. They are so similar to red hartebeest that I think if you saw them together, you would actually be a bit confused as to who's who. But the horns of a red hartebeest are longer, especially from the front angle. You can see the horns are a lot bigger on a red hartebeest. And then, of course, the blackened part on the leg is absent in the Liechtenstein hartebeest. But the red hartebeest is much more common, and so that's what we have here. This one you would find much further north and in smaller numbers. I'm glad you asked that question. It's nice to be able to show you the picture in the book. So Liechtenstein's hartebeest can also be a little bit bigger than the red hartebeest, which sounds a bit crazy, but they are a little bit heavier. Not by a massive margin, but that would also be slightly bigger next to a red hartebeest than I suppose something like a black wildebeest would be a good comparison in size. I would love to see one. I've never seen one in real life. It's on my bucket list. Again, my bucket list grows by the day. Looking at this habitat, I would think this is so perfect for brown hyena, for aardwolf, for aardvark. Still, I feel like everywhere we've gone on Amakhala I've said that, but I do feel there are certain areas that would be more popular than others, and I think this would be particularly good for brown hyena. Nice and thick, a little bit more open for hunting. Not as many termite mounds here as there are in the other sections of Amakhala, so I think that would be more popular for aardvark and aardwolf. But here would be very good for brown hyena. Baby animals to eat, lots and lots of other little things to chew on, insects and reptiles and birds and eggs. Would be spectacular to see a brown hyena coming across this plain running. Alright, the hartebeest is starting to move now, slowly going out into the open plain. I think we need to see if we can find those cheetahs. Alright, I think we're going to go up onto that road behind the hartebeest and just do a bit of a loop through those thickets, see if we can find those cheetahs. For now though, we'll send you over to the Djuma Dam with Alex to see what's come down to the water.
Are back in Okakuya, and we are inundated with pajama ponies right now. There's just a constant stream of zebra, and it's actually been quite fantastic just to watch them all coming through. What we are going to do is we'll try to get a better view of them, get nice and close, and just watch as they bedazzle us. All those stripes getting rather confusing. But really lots of zebra at the moment, and it's actually quite fantastic because we haven't seen zebra numbers like this for some time. So really, really awesome, and no complaints, at least from my end. The zebra kind of taking over from where the Adam storks were, although we could still see them later on today. We did see one, and we did have that rather large flock around yesterday. So as it does kind of get towards early afternoon, that's when we've started to see their numbers pick up. And we'll just have to wait to see if they do come through. But lots of zebra through today, and really no complaints at all. Let's see if we can't get a little bit closer. You can just hear the Egyptian geese also being rather vocal at the moment. As I said, a constant stream of zebra, and it really is rather awesome to watch this. Fantastic that they've come through. You can hear that zebra bray as well, so very typical of them, communicating, lots of harems clearly interacting. There'll definitely be a number of dominant stallions too, and perhaps the stealing of females or mares that might be going on as well. But there you go, you can hear very, very distinctive bray of the zebra. It really is fantastic. Lovely to have them all coming through like this. And lots going on. And the zebra will need around 23 liters of water, up to around 23 liters of water in a day. normally around 18 to 20. Of course, when it is really dry and they've had to walk some distance, they can drink up to 23 liters, which is rather exceptional if you consider an average human being will consume around 3 liters of water in a day. Just indicating how much a zebra might need then over a human. So very, very cool. Of course, they are also bulk grazers because they don't have the most refined of digestive systems. They are hind gut fermenters and a rather rudimentary digestive and stomach system that they do then have as well. Of course, very gaseous, and right now, if you were to be in and amongst them, you would definitely be able to hear them, and not just the bray. Still one or two impala and springbok about as well, but the zebra really have taken the cake for today. They have exceeded measures when it comes to their numbers. Ooh, and you'll see one or two of them kicking each other. So a lot of interaction going on. And as I said, there'll be a number of dominant stallions around here, and they'll definitely be throwing their weight around, perhaps stealing the odd mare to add to their harem at some point too. But very cool to see some of the little foals around. And really pushing deep into the water at the moment. Very cool. So I've counted around 5 little foals. Got some nice audio of European bee eaters right now. This is just quite spectacular. Really awesome. We haven't seen something like this for some time. Probably around 70 plus odd zebra just around at the moment. Very, very awesome to see. So really being treated by the zebra right now. Lots going on. I'm just going to hang here for a moment. Watch as they come in and out. Drinking, also moving about in the background too. A number of kind of social interactions going on as well. But really awesome. Lovely to see this. Nice to kind of be swarmed by the zebra at the moment. Hi Nandi, yeah, it is so awesome to listen to them. Of course, they will kind of communicate within themselves like that. They also alarm as well in a very similar way. So if anything was to, pop up in the area, a lion, for example, that is quite a similar alarm call that they do make. But, lots of vocalizations going on, probably because there are a number of stallions around and everyone trying to get a word in, also assert themselves, make sure that their harems remain intact. It really just is not stopping, and it's just quite fantastic. So I think if you were to spend your day watching a herd like this, it could probably induce epilepsy at some point, because it really is so confusing. And if you were trying to keep track of them moving about like this all the time, definitely going to confuse yourself. So the Egyptian geese are also enjoying a bit of a swim at the moment. Really, we are inundated with zebra right now. Lots coming from the northern part. There's more coming to join. So clearly the zebra have moved back into the area, or some of them have at least. Of course, it has got a bit drier of late, so there won't be as much water or surface water around, and of course we're then making use of the waterhole and grazing any of this nice green flush that is about too. So very cool to see. Nice just to watch. Sit back and enjoy the zebra. Hi Nelly, yes there is, although obviously more rain would benefit because it would help for more vegetation to grow and obviously sustain what is around, but of course it does get rather dry here throughout the year, and Natasha is then still able to sustain all of these herbivores that are around. So it really is a conveyor belt, as I've said before. Lots of zebras still coming through. And just awesome being able to watch as the numbers kind of ebb and flow. It's like someone turned the tap on for zebra today and forgot to turn it off. Hi Yvonne, and thanks for your question. And yes, they will follow the stallion, even some of the older mares, if there is a kind of pathfinder within them. But kind of seasonal movement, and then to and from water sources as well. But that stallion obviously maintaining and controlling the harem, so he generally will dictate the way. Of course, if there are older mares and they also know of areas to go to, it's not uncommon for them to kind of lead, and then also the stallion backing up. The stallion then takes over most of those duties. Also then, is the first line of protection, and they can be rather protective as well. Really not an animal you would want to get kicked by, that is for sure. Known to break lions' jaws, even perhaps if they'd strike in the right area, perhaps even being able to kill a lion as well, even leopard then as well, of course cheetah too. The zebra kind of seem to be coming from all directions really at the moment, also dispersing off in all directions too. A number of them grazing, a number of little interactions going on as well. Biting and nipping, kicking here and there, of course vocalizations. And quite a special scene. So it's been quite spectacular watching all the zebra. They've come through, also moving off again. Lots of that interaction too. But it's time for us to check in with Nick and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Yeah, we've got a few more antelope species here. Change from Alex's zebras. Looks like an amazing sighting there. We've got a few blesboks here, some wildebeest. There is a single ostrich at the back right hand side of the frame. And then if you look in the center of the frame, right at the back, just in front of the thickets, there's actually some waterbuck that are down there. That is definitely not a species that we get to see all too often here closer to Scotia Dam. So that's definitely a nice one to see. In terms of these wildebeest and blesbok being so close, it's more of a case of safety in numbers, just a little bit of association there together. But for now, we're going to take you back across to Wheel, Alex.
So thanks, Nick. Still here with all our zebra and lots more approaching. So the action is really all happening here in Okaukuo right now. Mostly zebra action, but who can complain? It's lovely to see them all again. Wind seems to kind of be dialing down a little bit, but we'll just have to wait and see. I see zebra approach. We'll try and get a closer view of them. Really lovely, 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 lovely scenes. Good to know that they are still around. What is cool when we do watch the zebra here is they do hang around for some time while they drink. So it's very awesome to be able to just sit here and just enjoy all the stripes and the confusion really that follows with them. Lots to talk about apparently between the zebra. We also see lots of foals as well. So there's also a seasonal kind of uptick in the dropping of foals. Zebra generally have a gestation of around a year. There will be a peak now with all the vegetation that is about, but they do breed throughout the year. So really just a seasonal uptick. So the zebra are kind of a little wary while they are drinking at times. Of course, the water is quite high, although they would have depleted a number of liters already and amongst the collective. But you'll notice that they kind of spook a little bit and then come straight back down. So clearly quite thirsty, all of the zebra. So the action just really not stopping at all. Really cool. Just going to have a look to see if there are more coming through on the conveyor belt that we have had. Looks like a couple more, and then I'm sure most of these zebra are going to start to make their way off into the distance. Looks like that is the majority of them for now. Let's just look up top. Hi Lenny, yes they really do. Very easy to distinguish that sound once you've heard it twice. It's kind of a mixture between a horse's neigh and a donkey's bray. But yeah, it is rather iconic, and once you've heard it, very unmistakable, that is for sure. So it looks like most of them are starting to push off now, just having a little pan around. But that was quite spectacular. A fathom, I guess, of around at least 300 that we've seen. One or two more coming through, but it looks like the majority of them have had their drink and are starting to move off for some grazing. But very possible that we could see them later on today. Zebra do drink around twice a day, of course with access to water like this. Much appreciated by them all. So let's get a little closer look while they are still here. Looks like this little harem coming through too, so I'll try and position to get most of them in frame. Hi Sarah, and that's a very interesting, good question. And what they do is they kind of imprint themselves. So the mother will imprint her stripes or her patterning on her foals when they are born, obviously. So it kind of will be away a little bit from the harem, and then allow baby foal to then recognize and print itself, and that kind of stripe pattern on that foal. Of course, zebra each have their own unique stripe pattern, much like fingerprints on human beings. They all have their own special stripe pattern, but it's the imprinting then that is done when they are born that then allows them to recognize who their mothers are. And then of course that then happens with other members in their harem. They'll then obviously be able to recognize and imprint those stripe patterns to memory from there. But the first imprinting would be done obviously with their mothers, with the mares. Let us come back out again and just wait to see what else is going on. You said it's been awesome to see also lots of foals about too. A couple of springbok coming down to join us, the Egyptian geese on this side of the waterhole right now, and the majority of the zebra moving off. But that was really special. Been a while since we've seen a number of zebra like that, so very, very cool. Maybe the odd little harem coming back down to join us. We'll just hang here for now. A couple of springbok coming down now too. And it looks like kind of the straggling harems coming back for some water. And being the last ones. I'm sure most of them going to head off. Hi Joe, that is definitely the case today. Kikuyu has been doing the most. It really has come through for us. Lots going on. was nice to also see a little herd of wildebeest as well earlier. So zebra really taking the cake for the day. Kikuyu definitely delivering. So it looks like really the last of the zebras slowly making their way down. But I could be mistaken, there could be more. As I said earlier, it's kind of like someone turned on the zebra tap and forgot to turn it off. So we'll just have to wait and see. But a quiet little interlude for now from all the action we have had. Lots of zebra though slowly starting to make their way this side again. So it does seem like we're going to have a lot more at the water in a short moment. So as we wait for the zebra to come through and join us now at the waterhole, just for any of you who have tuned in, Wild Earth are looking for a unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wildlife animal sightings or encounters from our viewers, and that's to use across the different Wild Earth platforms. And in return, users can then send us through. Users, viewers can also then earn money, win prizes, and see their names and the credits on Wild Earth TV shows. So if you are interested and you do have any wonderful sightings or encounters that you have obviously recorded, do go through to our website and have a look on the content creator tab, have a click and find out more information around that. Some of these zebra are coming through again, so we're going to position ourselves and hopefully enjoy a lovely sighting again now. Clearly very thirsty. Very cool to see. So it's really rather peaceful watching them. It's awesome having them come through like this. And it's been non-stop. So I can't stop saying it, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's an awesome experience to have. Nice to know that they are back in the area. For how long? Not too sure. I'm sure with some more rain they might disperse again, but clearly making use of the waterhole right now. Hi Valerie, and generally animals are at their most vulnerable right after they are born and within that first kind of few weeks or months from birth. That is when they are at their most vulnerable. Of course, also coming down to a waterhole, if there were any ambush points, places to hide, that kind of thing for predators, that would also mean that they would be rather vulnerable. And of course, if they were injured, sickly or old. But generally, we would say that just after birth, that first few weeks or month. After that, 2 oryx coming through to join the zebra right now. So some different characters, and it looks like the Egyptian geese also making their way across there. Although I'm not too sure they'll be that successful in chasing any of the zebra away. But quite cool. Nice to see the gemsbok as well right now.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
So I thought that the zebra party was over, but it looks like it is continuing for the moment. Did just get some lovely audio of the African mourning dove as well. Very cool sound. You can also hear the Egyptian geese as they swim about. Just hanging here, enjoying the zebra while they are around. There's 2 gemsbok also, a couple of springbok in the distance too. But a really peaceful scene. Nice just to kick back and relax, listen to that zebra audio, and just enjoy them. It really is quite cool. So really awesome. Lovely just to sit back and enjoy a zebra like this. It's not every day that we get to see really just numbers of them. Foals, stallions, mares, 2 gemsbok. Really, really awesome. And they have been away for some time, so it's nice to get reacquainted with the numbers of zebra that are around. Them and the springbok being the most prevalent or populous of the herbivores here in Kikuyu and Etosha. So it's really been so special to sit here and just enjoy a zebra like we have. Of course, all the antics that go along with them. But it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Welcome back to Kariega. We're still sitting here down in the clearings. You can see the sun has decided to make a bit of an appearance. It is now starting to dominate the skyline. A lot of the clouds have started to move away. And we've got some nice, beautiful sunlight coming down on our animals here. Interestingly enough, not too many species of animals have come down to Scotia Dam to have a drink. I guess now with all of the rain that we've had, there's plenty of surface water all over the place. So that's freely available, lots of surface water all over. It doesn't mean these animals have to come to a lot of the bigger bodied water sources. And if you think about, the start of some of the smaller water holes and mud wallows of how they start, you can see on the right hand side of the frame we've got wildebeest there, and they're one of the sort of the instigators of helping to form new little water holes and mud wallows. So remember, for a wildebeest bull, he is territorial. And one of the ways he does that, maintaining that territory, is by scent marking. So remember, they've got that scent gland just beneath their eye on their face. That's called the preorbital gland. Then they've got another one on their hooves. And you'll often see wildebeest going up to sort of slightly more open areas, and they really start gouging their hooves into the ground and scraping it backwards and forwards. And that's helping just to deposit their scent, letting other wildebeest know that this is their spot, the area is taken. And those wildebeest bulls will continuously do that. You do that week after week, month after month, and a good depression starts to form there. Maybe even after that, something like a zebra might come and dust bath there, roll around, and, you know, have a bit more impact on that little section there. Then we might get a good little splash of rain like we've had over the past few days, maybe after a good, let's call it, few months of a wildebeest bull continually scraping there. Then there's a nice little build-up of mud that happens there. Potentially a little warthog comes and trots along. Humidity's high, temperature's high, and he thinks, ooh, looks like a good little spa, that one. He rolls around and then gets involved, and he really covers himself in mud. And the process helps to just expand that little mud wallow a little bit. And maybe a whole sounder of warthog come at some point after that, and then eventually after that it keeps growing bigger and bigger until maybe even a buffalo comes in there. Then maybe even a rhino comes in there after that. So it's obviously a very slow and gradual process, but something just like a wildebeest bull marking his territory can be the start. It can be the sort of the precursor to help initiate a whole new mud wallow starting to form. And although we have had good rain here at Kariega, a lot of our big and prominent mud wallows are still dry. Think of some of the mud wallows close to Scotia Dam. It's just got a little bit of water in there. On my right hand side of the vehicle of where I am parked, there is another mud wallow, but that's completely dry. I thought I'd just come and check it out just to see if there was any activity here, but it is completely dry. But it's amazing how much rainfall certain areas have been getting. I mean, Alex was talking about Gowrie Dam filling up. Just there's a lot of social media content of, you know, videos and things coming out of the whole Lowveld area, of how little drainage lines and things like that that are normally just dried up riverbeds, they are torrential streams now. You know, in areas of where you'd usually be able to cross, you can't cross there now. So the environment's really being reinvigorated in those areas. But you can see here, Kariega, like we mentioned, we have had rain. Not as much as some of those other areas, but the environment is looking good. It is looking lush. You look at all those nice green grasses in front of those Blesbok there. I'm sure we'll start to get a lot of grasshoppers and other insect life moving around. And we did get lucky, when was it, a few days ago, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, where we saw that grey heron in Scotia Dam. We saw him catch 2 frogs. If you were lucky enough to join us, that escape to nature, we were very lucky with that. And hopefully coming up soon we might see some other birds catching grasshoppers and things like that. But time will tell. We'll have to give it a little bit of time before we're able to see that, and a little bit of luck. But for now, let's take you across to Alex and see what his zebras are up to.
Thanks, Nick. And yeah, just watching more and more zebra come through for us. It really has been quite awesome to get back to zebra viewing of this nature. I just want to have a look to see if the numbers are still coming through. It looks like more have pulled up again. couple more still grazing off over here. Lots more kind of coming from the north. So what we're going to do is sit back and just enjoy all the zebra activity and action. No doubt there will be a lot of vocalizations. Two wildebeest that are joining the zebra. And we've got 3 springbok that are here as well. So quite a bit going on. I'm not too sure where those 2 gemsbok went off to. No doubt they'll be around as well. And I think with all this activity, the Egyptian geese definitely aren't enjoying it as much as what they were. I think probably preferring all the springbok that were around the other day. Far smaller than the zebra, of course, then the wildebeest as well. But what we're going to do is kind of come in here. It does look like a lot of these zebra will come down to drink now again. And once we've got a kind of stable number, we'll get a close view. So just waiting as this new bunch of zebra comes down. The 2 wildebeest also having a little go at each other. As I said, once we get a bit more stable, we'll come back through and we'll try to get a nice close view as well. But really the landscape is just filled with zebra at the moment. A couple more wildebeest off in the distance there. And it looks like this other bull chasing the other away right now. So clearly not wanting to share his spoils of the Okakuya waterhole. It's amazing watching that drinking motion as well. Lips right out and really kind of just using that long head of those. And it was a big, big straw hoovering up the water, for want of a better word. So back to zebra observation at the moment. We're also just listening to some of the vocals, and they also get a bit feisty with each other. We will try to pick that up as well. A couple more wildebeest coming to join. And we're just going to sit here and enjoy some rather entertaining moments. Rather confusing with the zebra as well.
seen the giraffes run. It's powerful. I like seeing the giraffes run across the road yesterday. I thought that was really good.
So it's been really awesome sitting with all these zebra. And I think while the numbers start to taper off for a moment, it's time for us to check in again with Tess and Morgan and see what's going on in Amakhala.
Those straps really have shown themselves off today. Now on this side we are still looking for spots, so unfortunately we have not been as lucky. Now we've checked the whole kind of part where the cheetah sub-adults were reported this morning. This is where I first met them, just down the hill here, and we figured if they're not in that section, maybe they will have come back to this more central section that's a little bit more open, especially up on the crest. And we're looking out over the mountain range, and it's quite mind-blowing to me to know that that mountain range is still included in Amakhala. I have not even ventured that far yet, but it does give us a nice view kind of down to where you can see the heat waves emanating off the earth. It is getting so hot. And a bit of a view of some of the open patches as well. Now, we took advantage earlier of another viewpoint, trying to have a scan with binoculars, but no spots in sight at all, and I think it has a lot to do with the weather. As much as the wind has picked up, which helps a little bit for cooling, the heat waves emanating off the earth means it is really hot. So I think the cheetahs are tucked up in a bush somewhere, trying their best to stay very tucked away in the shade, and might only start moving again towards the later afternoon. So maybe we'll have better luck later on or tomorrow. Now in this particular section, looking out over the mountains, got a chance of seeing things like eland, black wildebeest, plains zebra, red hartebeest, even nyalas and bushbucks towards the thickets on the mountains themselves, because that really thick, lush area is perfect for some of the shire antelopes. Nyala and bushbuck in particular, but even big kudu bulls might be hidden in there. And then of course we go over to the predators. There might be cheetahs in there, there might be brown hyenas, caracals, servals, African wildcat, black-footed cat, aardvark, aardwolf. None of which we can see right now, so I'm just dreaming, and I'm dreaming very big, because I know the possibilities of what being here are. If you listen carefully, you won't hear any birds other than one little tee-tee-tee-tee in the background. It's gotten to that point of the day where all the animals are in a lull except for insects like cicadas. Even the birds have stopped singing. It's gotten so hot so quickly. So in this kind of weather, you can expect most animals to be kind of hunkering down, trying to avoid the sun. And if they can't, they'll be lying down to try and protect their underbellies while putting just the back part of their rump towards the sun. Cheetahs will be panting, they'll be lying up in the shade. Birds will be perched somewhere in shady spots on the trees. And everyone's trying to use as little energy as possible. by using energy, a byproduct that your body creates is heat. That's why we sweat when we exercise. So sweating is good in hot circumstances because the wind will kind of cool you down as the sweat gets dried off of your body. But too much of it, and you'll increase your body temperature so much that you'll have to try and kind of pant and do all these kinds of excessive things to cool down. And then it's just counterproductive. So moving around and exercising, this is not the time for it. That's why the bush is so still at the moment, it's so quiet. Eric Amakala is absolutely huge. Total area, 8,605 hectares. So that is more than 8 times the size of Djuma in the Sabi Sand Nature Reserve. And it's a very special place to be working, I suppose, to be stationed, because it is so big that there are still areas I have not even gotten close to, like that mountain range in front of us. It's just massive. And there's so much distance between us and that mountain range. This is the furthest north I've gone in this section of Amakala, where we are sitting right now. So there are still entire portions that I physically have not been to or seen yet. And that's amazing because it allows for this incredible diversity of animals, a nice high population of them, or a high density as well. And everything from soil types and rocks and dinosaur fossils and artifacts right the way through to, you know, leopards, lions, cheetahs, elephants, giraffes, everything. And that's why it's such a good place to come and train, actually, if you're a guide. Amakala is one of the best properties, renowned in South Africa, is one of the best properties to start your guiding experience off because it is so diverse. You have to learn so much, and you have to learn to manage expectations, which is one of the toughest parts of being a guide, is managing expectations. And this is one of the best places to do it. Not that you won't see things, you will see so much. But you've got to choose what you're going to see when, because there's so much distance to cover and so many things to stop for and so many things to learn and look at. It's one of the most fantastic places, a ridiculously high bird diversity and insect diversity, and such unusual plants with 5 different habitats found on one property. This used to all be cattle farm, which you can kind of still see in the open areas. You can imagine that all of these open plains would have been fenced in cattle farms and camps for many, many years. And then slowly the fences were dropped and wildlife was reintroduced. And that's one of the coolest things about the Eastern Cape in particular. It's still quite undeveloped compared to other parts of South Africa. So the possibility to drop fences between properties is usually there. It just takes a bit of negotiating. And so to have gotten this right to the extent that there's almost, there's over halfway to 9,000 from 8,000. That's insane. So many hectares, so much diversity. I can see in this open patch there's a little warthog family coming out. If we're patient, they might come close enough that we can have a closer view. But they are still quite far off. I don't think they know that we're here yet. The wind is blowing kind of from them to us. Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll bring all the little piglets closer. Everything is kind of still, other than the wind. That warthog family is now taking advantage of a patch of shade. And other than the grass moving and the heat waves coming off those open plains, there is no movement. I'm not sure if we are supposed to get more rain. I know it is raining heavily further east in Port Alfred. But maybe that rain will blow this way. Lenny, that's a cool name. We like the name Lenny. It is a gorgeous scene. I feel like this could be a Munro painting. Scenery, and particularly anything that has to do with the Karoo. Looks like a Munro painting to me in my head. But these mountains and these rolling hills really are just incredibly scenic. This is not the kind of environment that we get to see in many other places in South Africa. It's very specific to the Eastern Cape. And even moving from here further northeast towards where I grew up, there are mountainscapes, absolutely, but not like this. Not rolling all around you, and definitely not with such beautiful colors and so many thickets. It's much more sandy and white soil, hardly any red. And it's all kind of open area, so you'll find some kind of thickets on the edge of the cliff faces, for example. But right on the top, it's just these huge open plateaus and rocky ridges along the sides. It looks so different. Here in Kariega look quite similar, and actually parts of Shamwari as well, but that's because everything is really close by here in that sense. Shamwari is on the other side of Amakhala here, and then Kariega is a little bit further east, and also these big rolling hills, the rivers flowing, not here anyway, but absolutely stunning scenery. Very localized to this section of the Eastern Cape. I think elephants must be so happy here. Okay, I think we're failing miserably at spots today, but I suppose we'll get on the move and see if we can find them somewhere around the corner maybe. We've still got time. For now, I'll send you back over to Alex at Okukuyu in Namibia to see what's happening.
Thank you, Tess. And yes, back here in Namibia, Okukuyu Etosha Game Reserve. Wonderful zebra that really have not let us really get a breath in. They really haven't stopped, and it has been rather fantastic. It's almost like a little factory producing them at the moment. I'm not too sure where the factory is, but really just inundated with zebra at the moment. Get a little closer in, because every time we think they are slowly starting to taper off, more seem to appear. So it's rather fascinating. It's awesome to see. Nice to have the springbok as well with us now. And really rather just quite peaceful too. So nothing really to bother the zebra or the springbok at the moment. There's actually a little springbok lamb here. So everyone enjoying their Sundays. Very, very enjoyable at the moment. Nice to listen to all the audio as well. We have had a lot of zebra vocal as well. But also cool to hear them kind of move in and out of the water. And also pick up on any of the other birds and that are around. So really quite relaxing. I'm hoping that the numbers do swell up again now, because it really is something to behold when there are just stripes in the water and all over the show. Hi, Debbie. Thanks for your question. And we'll see Springbok come through in good numbers. Gemsbok as well when they're around. We've got 3 that have just come through. Also Wildebeest. And when we get some of those white ghosts of Etosha, the elephants, when they come through in their numbers, the large breeding herds, even little bachelor or I suppose groupings of bulls. Also nice to see them. But really the most populous and the second most populous of the herbivores, as I mentioned earlier, are the zebra. So we see them in the highest numbers, and then possibly wildebeest or gemsbok. But the springbok kind of spread throughout, and there are around 15,000 of them, and just a little less in terms of zebra. Also around 15,000 of them found here in Okakuyo and in Etosha, really in specific. But Okakuyo is where we're at, which is the waterhole here at the main camp, Okakuyo camp of Etosha. So hoping that these gemsbok do get a bit closer. Otherwise we still do have the springbok right here, the zebra obviously drinking anyway. And it'll be nice to watch some of the gemsbok kind of wade in. Haven't seen that for some time. It really is rather spectacular when you watch that too. So nice just to sit back and relax. Really just enjoy all this action. So the wind is slowly starting to pick up, but really not as blustery as it was this morning. It looks like the oryx are just kind of holding back for the moment. We'll just wait and see. More zebra coming through to join them now. Hi Nadia, yes, it really is awesome just to sit back here and just enjoy peaceful moments like this. Of course, zebra just really being the star of the show today, but also more and more of them keep sneaking through. Really no complaints from my end at all. It's been lovely to sit here and just watch as the numbers kind of ebb and flow with them throughout the day. So really, really cool. And waiting for more of these oryx to get through as well, but also hoping that we get to watch them wade in. So it's kind of patience really at the moment. Some of the zebra really enjoying some of this grass right at the edge of the waterhole too. It's still really cool scenes. So we're hopefully going to get a glimpse of these gemsbok in the water quite soon. That is really the next thing we're holding out for at the moment. But for now, just enjoying the zebra. Looks like they're getting slowly tempted, but just quiet scenes. Nice just to sit back and enjoy nature. So I think we're going to get lucky right now. Looks like some more zebra that are coming through, but once the gemsbok do get to the water, we will definitely try and have a look at them. Obviously seen lots of zebra, but gemsbok, something different for now. So it looks like the gemsbok kind of holding back a little bit. These other zebra have come through. So let's get a closer look at them. As I said, it's really awesome having all this action. Been non-stop for the last few hours. Oh, so it looks like our luck is improving with regards to the oryx. Let's get a little closer in on them. No, don't spook yourselves. More zebra coming through now. Cape turtle dove as well. Both of these animals really so iconic. Zebra with those stripes, of course the gemsbok with that fantastic pattern coloring that they have. It looks like we are going to get some of that wading now. I've been hoping for this. How deep they'll get, that remains to be seen, but really quite cool. Awesome just watching the zebra as they approach as well. Hi, Jamie. I would definitely think that today is probably the most zebra I've seen in a sitting. But of course, the numbers have fluctuated throughout. But definitely the most in a day is today. We have had times though when we've seen it on 70, sometimes upwards of 70, over 100 at times. And that's in one setting, and then they all kind of move off. But we really haven't stopped seeing zebra throughout the course of the day. So today has definitely been the highest number I've seen. Just in, I suppose, one escape. So these two Gemsbok have decided to wade through. This is exactly what we were hoping for. It's amazing because they really are the only ones that wade this deep. No other animal gets as deep as they do, other than, I suppose, the swimming and frolicking elephant when they are around. To some degree, the springbok also get into the water, but these Gemsbok, this is one of their tricks. So really cool. Nice little change up from all the zebra, and that one that's moving off over there looks rather pregnant. Just about ready to pop, it seems. I'm really enjoying this. I've not seen Gemsbok in the water like this for some time as well. Of course, also large numbers of zebra either. So it's really quite cool to have this mix up. So it's been really, really cool just being able to tune into the Gemsbok right there. Of course, for those of you that will be tuning in later on this afternoon to the Sunset Safari, we will be engaging in Safari Bowl. And that's where we will look at the various strengths that the animals possess in order to survive in the wild. Those being speed, strength, endurance, and power that are all crucial for their survival. And our naturalists will be looking at who wins in each of these categories in the last of our 2-day event. And may the best species be crowned king of the jungle. So do stay tuned for that this afternoon. So that will be the theme for today's Sunset Safari. So while we have these zebra here, let's get a closer look at them. We did get a nice close-up with the Gemsbok over there. Looks like the wind's also died down a bit, so that will afford us the ability to get a nice close-up of them. Hi, Mike. Thanks very much for your question. Mike wanting to know how effective zebra stripes are with regards to evading predators. You'll notice that they are rather confusing, and when they do move about, it's kind of very tough to pick one out. So there is a school of thought that that is one of the benefits of these stripes, the other being with heat regulation, and the other being to attract biting flies. But you'll be able to notice when they do move, they move quite quick. It's very tough to be able to pick one out. So there's some level of protection that they do then enjoy because of that. So hard to pick a target. Of course, maintain your focus then on it as well. But the stripes have other uses as well. So that being able to help regulate temperature, and then also being able to manage biting flies and insects that might be around. The tails obviously also help with that too, but it's thought that the black and the stripe has helped then with regards to biting insects. So predominantly in areas where we'd have far more biting flies, of course, are horse flies around, but some of the more intense ones being tsetse fly and that found a little more east from here. You'll also notice on their coats, zebra have that ability to kind of shimmer, and that shimmer also helps with, so it's almost kind of like they twitch, and you'll notice them doing that as well. And that also, when there's flies on top of them, or kind of landing on them as well, they will then twitch. And you'll also notice when they move their necks or any other part, they've got loose skin, and that's also what allows them to twitch like that. So even if a zebra is dust bathing in an area and you were to go then and kind of look at that dust bath, if they were ever kind of still within that, or if they had moved, you might even notice the creases from their skin. Just cool facts about zebra, really. These being the Damara zebra, a little bit different to those found in the Eastern Cape, being the Burchells. Of course, both are plain zebra, and the smallest are the Grants or Crawshaws, which are in East Africa, the smallest of those subspecies of plain zebra. The races, really, of the plain zebra. So I'm going to zoom out again. I just want to see if we are still sitting on the zebra heater, or perhaps it looks like more are coming. So we will just hang here, just enjoy them. Lovely to just have all this action, really. We've got another little harem coming through to join, and it's just been non-stop. So I think leaving camera right here for now. We should get those other coming to join right here. Just keep tabs on any movement. So it looks like these ones are a little bit hesitant. I'm just going to move the camera a little bit for now. I think they're going to come to here. Of course, they're welcome to choose wherever they want to go to.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So it looks like a couple of the zebra being a little spooked over here. But it has been Zebra Central here in Okakuya throughout the course of the day. Of course, we've had a number of other animals come through and join us. Wildebeest, impala, springbok, and gemsbok here. We did see some impala, lots of rain in Djuma. And we've had some interesting things going on with red hartebeest and some lovely landscapes in Amakhala with Tess and Morgan, as well as some rhino, some zebra as well in Kariga with Nick. And it really just has been quite fun and entertaining. But if you have just tuned in, of course, this is your live and interactive experience and your safari into the African wilderness with us. So if you have any questions, comments, points of interest, things you'd like to know, things you'd like to tell us, do send those through. It's always fantastic when we have some interaction from you guys. And it's always cool to know what you guys think as well. So do send them through. While we have all these zebra around us, of course, kind of wading a little bit into the water right now, but drinking away. Just going to sit back and enjoy them. Kind of stop vocalizing for the moment, but it really has been awesome just to see all the interaction as it has unfolded for us today. Got another gemsbok coming through to join our zebra. A little bit skittish and standoffish at the moment. I'm not too sure why that is. There's not been anything about for them today. And here come the Adam storks. So perhaps it's actually them. So if we get inundated with more zebra and more Adam storks, I'm not too sure where they're all going to fit, to be completely honest, because there were so many Adam storks yesterday, and it looks like they really are coming down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom right out, and hopefully we'll be able to watch as their numbers build as well. So perhaps with all these Adam storks starting to descend upon Okakuyo, or swirling about, that's maybe unsettling them a bit. That kind of swooping sound, you can just see the numbers slowly starting to build out. So I'm going to zoom out here for now because we have had some lovely scenes. And we just want to see how many Adam storks perhaps come through. But lots more zebra on the way. And no doubt they will start to also fill up the other side of the waterhole too. Hi Crystal, thanks very much for your question. And perhaps it's other zebra kind of running down with excitement to the water's edge. Also, the Adam storks flying above them and getting quite low with that landing gear out. That could also perhaps spook them a tad. Maybe one or two maybe getting touched by a terrapin in the water. That could also lead to some form of discomfort or shock. But I primarily think it's the running of zebra coming down and the swooping down of the Adam storks. But let's get a bit closer in here. Looks like we'll have to wait for more of the storks to arrive. Nice to have the gemsbok in the water again. This being the third one through for us like this. Hi Miranda, thanks very much for your question. And I was very fortunate that I spent a lot of time in my youth in various parts of the bush, primarily in the Sabi Sands, the Waterberg, and in Mishatu as well, even the Timbavati. And from around the age of 7 or so, when I was bored, picking up a pair of binoculars and a bird book used to be a thing that I would do and walk around in the bush. And I suppose picked it up from there, also just noting different calls and that were around. But something I've always been interested in from there. It became a hobby then and has stuck with me. So still just lots going on. There's actually some impala coming down. We've got one of the impala lambs which I've been wanting to show everyone for some time. Once they get to the water's edge, it'd be lovely just to get a nice little view of that. It's one of the first impala lambs here in Etosha that we've seen. Impala here do lamb around a month or so later, even 6 weeks later than those in the Lowveld. So they dropped, at least in the Lowveld, around 10th or 11th of November, and these would have only been born towards the beginning of last month, so New Year. Let's just see. I think we can get a nice view of it. But quite clearly, there is one of the first black-faced impala lambs of the season. So very, very cool. Adam Storks as well. And zebra in the distance. Of course, springbok as well. It sounds like the Egyptian geese also having a little go. There is that little lamb. So quite cool. Lovely to see. That looks like a little springbok lamb. Where did the impala one go? That's a little springbok lamb. Also awesome to see. Where did our little springbok one go? Oh, a little impala one. It's bolted off right here to the distance here. Let's have a look. Maybe the springbok scooting it off. And there you go. There is the little black-faced impala lamb. But it is a bit windy. Let me come back out. Hopefully we'll get a closer view of some later. Of course, lots of zebras still about. Springbok ever present. Resident Egyptian geese around too. Adam Storks slowly starting to build in number for the afternoon. I'm really not too sure how much longer the zebra conveyor belt will go on for, but been fantastic. Really great to have them all around. Hi, Harold. Yes, they will. So obviously these geese right here are pretty much resident. They're resident for the waterhole. But we do see them now with obviously habitat destruction and that has got on. Find them throughout golf courses in Southern Africa as well as in agricultural areas. So there would be fields in that, obviously maybe a little bit further away from dams and water sources per se, because they do take a lot of that green fodder and grass and vegetable matter too. Of course, little flies, little invertebrates as well. But so in an urban setting, quite common to see them, not necessarily on a water course or source constantly, but here, resident to this waterhole. So, enjoying the kind of zebra bray at the moment. Lots of vocals going on. As the heat has kind of started to build, spending more time kind of focusing on drinking and then moving off than playing like they were earlier. Bit of social interaction that we did watch. But I think quite happy just to be at the water. You'll notice that they're a lot more exuberant as they approach and then kind of way more relaxed as they leave the waterhole too. So non-stop zebra action still continuing here. More and more keep making their way through to Okakuya Waterhole. So it's been lovely just to sit back and enjoy it. Of course, now we do have some zebra vocals. I was just talking about how we didn't. But quite clearly a bit of interaction going on. Maybe one or two stallions sizing themselves up. Oh, that one kind of kicking the foal a little bit. Teddy, really, they are so active, and it's been so much fun to sit here and watch them. They really have kept us entertained throughout the course of today. And it doesn't seem like that's going to stop anytime soon. They really are just everywhere at the moment. Still lots going on. Springbok now coming to join the fray. I'm going to zoom a little bit out for them. One or two lambs. Actually, a nice little lamb there also wading in. Let's have a look at that. Quite cool. Awesome to see two little lambs there. Quite special. Hi, Carol. I mean, it's been interesting to see. Perhaps we should just watch what is going on with the zebra. Quite cool watching these little lambs come through and getting their first wade, really. You get to see Springbok lambs wading in the water here. I was talking about how the gemsbok here are generally the only antelope that kind of wade in very deep. And this lamb going quite wild, as you can see, Springbok. So the gemsbok and the springbok are those that kind of wade the deepest into the water here, other than the elephant that really go wild. So that was actually quite special to see. So not something you will see every day. Of course, we haven't really got to see many springbok ewes or lambs of late. Been mostly rams. So that one wanting to actually have a little drink there. So suckling away. But I think where we would get the most interesting kind of observation right now is probably in and amongst the zebra, because there's always something going on with regards to their politics. But here's a special little scene for you. Suckling springbok lamb. Quite cool to see. That's something we've been able to bring you guys for some time. Nice and close as well. A little bit younger than this other lamb here. Looking rather tiny. Of course, having just swum, its coat not looking the best right there. Of course, being drenched. There's another lamb on this side, so it's actually been quite spectacular watching this. But great to see that impala, the black-faced impala lamb. So second time I've seen them on Dam Cam here, and that within the last few days. So I do think that they will become more of a regular sighting now. They're really quite awesome. That ewe looking rather pregnant as well. That springbok that's walking off here, closest to us. But let's zoom out. Perhaps there's something interesting going on with the zebra. And see if anyone is being nasty to each other at the moment. But so I was saying earlier, it kind of seems they get rather excited as they come through, and way more withdrawn and placid in their behavior when they do leave. So you kind of notice that there's a lot more haste to getting to the water as opposed to when they leave, and not much is really bothering them at the time, because obviously that urge to drink has been satisfied. So quite cool. But yeah, doesn't seem like that's the case at the moment. Everyone kind of moving off. I think with it getting rather warm, the shade is probably where they are headed. Last drink or so before the real heat of the day starts to set in. And a lovely young foal over there. Very cute. Couple of guinea fowls calling as well. It looks like the Adam storks have kind of held off coming to land at the moment, but perhaps because of all the zebra that were around, did maybe put off one or two of them. It looks like the majority of the springbok that also haven't really had access to the water because of the zebra, also slowly making their way through. And really just a little pocket of storks right now. So let's have a last little gander down to the south of us, again to the north of us, and then we'll pick a pleasant scene. It's like zebra kind of moving off in all directions. It's also quite cool watching that jackal come through earlier. Our pleasure, Lee. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us today. It's been a very frantic and busy day with the amount of zebra that has been here. Quite confusing watching all of those zebra at once, but very cool. Lovely to see them all here. A number of them still around, perhaps coming down to the water again. We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, the characters at the water's edge are the springbuck, a couple of lambs, so it's nice to see the lambs, and we're going to just enjoy a parting scene of them. But sadly, it is that time of the day where we do have to say cheerio, goodbye, au revoir, and do enjoy the rest of your Sunday after this. Of course, do stay tuned. Lots more going on throughout the course of the day, and obviously Safari Bowl to finish it in the Sunset Safari. But from all of us here at Wild Earth, thank you once again for joining us. Thank you to all the zebra in particular, but of course the other wildlife that joined us and the wonderful locations and habitats we've been able to show you today. But do have a good rest of your weekend, and of course a fantastic start to the week tomorrow.